Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning to you all. On behalf of United Media Services, I would like to extend a warm welcome to each one of you into this OER Manufacturing Summit and Awards 2022. We would like to express our gratitude to our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Saleh bin Saeed Masen, Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion, for gracing us today. OER Manufacturing Summit and Awards 2022 would not have been possible without the support of our partners, and on behalf of Oman Economic Review, I would like to express our gratitude to our endorsing partners, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Madain and Miza Marketing and Business Development, Credit Oman, and Oman Manufacturers Associations. Also, a big thanks to our strategic partner, Raysud Cement, our associate partner, Khaza'in, Suhar Aluminium, Atyab Food Industries, Oman Cables Industry, Muscat Thread Mills, Al Jazeera Steel Products Company, Voltas, which is a Tatas enterprise, Gulf Mushroom Products Company, Sibasik Oman, Skyline Duqm, the Far International Development and Investment Holding Company, and Al-Tamam Insil Ferrochrome. We would also like to extend our thanks to our official commercial vehicle partner, Ford Trucks from MHD ACERE, our knowledge partner, SSA International, and our media partners, Al-Shabiba and Times of Oman, our Arabic media partner, Alam Al-Iqtisad magazine, and our online media partner, OERlive.com. And a big thank you to each one of them and you for being here, so can we give them a round of applause, and you too. Good morning. Today's summit is going live on YouTube, so if you'd like to catch up, you go on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. If you'd like to also post, the YouTube social media handle is at OER Live, while the hashtag is OERMS2022. We encourage you to follow, comment, post, and tweet, whatever it is, on the proceedings using the hashtag and the handles. I would now like to invite Mr. Atulya Sharma, the Chief Executive Officer of United Media Services, on stage to deliver his welcome address. Please give him a round of applause.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, on behalf of His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al Mashni, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the OER Manufacturing Summit 2022. We are grateful to His Excellency Dr. Saleh bin Saeed Masan, Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion, for taking time out of his really busy schedule to grace today's event. Thank you, Your Excellency. Just to do a quick recap, when we met at OER Manufacturing Summit 2021, we deliberated on negotiating the new realities of a post-pandemic world. The topic of discussions ranged from supply chain disruption, eroding export markets, and increasing the cost competitiveness of Oman's manufacturing sector. The other big theme was Madain's 2040 vision, which was launched in January 2021 under the patronage and guidance of His Excellency. It is heartening to see the progress made since then. In January 2022, the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion unveiled 22 investment opportunities in the industrial sector as part of the 100 Industrial Opportunities Initiative launched by the ministry last year. This was followed in April by the launch of 18 new investment opportunities in the tourism and circular economy sectors, adding to more than 1.5 billion Omani Riyals. These opportunities and efforts are a part of the ministry's plan to bring in qualitative investments, promote economic diversification, stimulate private sector investment, and to promote Oman as a promising investment destination. Your Excellency, we congratulate you on such path-breaking initiatives. Thank you, sir. Similarly, Oman's national spatial strategy is expected to give a huge impetus to the manufacturing sector. The strategy plans to grow the number of industrial cities and related manufacturing zones to 16 from the present 11 by 2040. Overall, Oman's GDP is projected to grow consistently between 3 to 5% over the next 20 years, with the contribution of non-hydrocarbon sector being a crucial enabler of growth. If we look at it, Oman's Manufacturing for Well-being sets a vision for the manufacturing sector of 2040, where knowledge-driven industries will sustain diversification, innovation, and high-tech development. This will be supported by an expanding modern capital-intensive industry in keeping with the fourth industrial revolution. I'm just stating things which are out of the Vision 2040 document for the manufacturing sector. So there is a lot of work already happening in keeping with these lofty visions. And let me talk about two projects that are really noteworthy in this regard. The first is Sabasik Oman Refinery, which is the world's largest refinery producing chemicals and polymers from the green castor oil. Incidentally, the growth of castor removes carbon from the atmosphere, making Sabasik a carbon negative company. And it's really a forward-looking project happening in Duqm. I think we are blessed to have such a initiative happening in Oman right at our doorsteps. The second one is Karwa Motors, which is a joint venture between Oman Investment Authority and Mawassalat Qatar, the state-owned transport company of Qatar. It is Oman's first bus brand with a manufacturing facility covering approximately 600,000 square kilometers, again in Duqm. Karwa Motors has already rolled out its first Karwa branded bus, proudly carrying the Made in Oman tag. These projects, like I mentioned, Sabasik and Karwa, will help the nation to enhance its technical expertise, also help develop small and medium-sized ancillaries, and most importantly, provide direct employment to Omani youth. On that note, I think the pandemic and its impetus to digitalization has seen another very heartening trend. I'm talking about the emergence of micro-manufacturing. These are small Omani businesses which are mushrooming all over Muscat and wherever you look at in Oman. And these are basically typically employing fewer than 10 people, and they're catering to very specialized markets, which are not viable or economically feasible for larger companies. This new breed of creative Omani micro-manufacturers specialize in customized products, right from making high-end fashion, organic cosmetics, chocolates, to precision tuning, to precision engineering. So they are basically, making things in small quantities with fast turnaround time and customizing it to the market's requirements. As a part of today's event, we will have thought-provoking presentations and panel discussions by senior industry practitioners on how Oman can grow its manufacturing sector. What's more, we are pleased to announce a workshop on digital and smart manufacturing, which will happen after the lunch break. The workshop will explore emerging trends in connected and smart manufacturing practices, as well as practical considerations for adoption. On that note, I would like to leave the stage to industry leaders and subject matter experts. We are grateful to all of you, our partners, sponsors, and speakers, for your constant support in making this event successful. Wishing you a thought-provoking and enjoyable summit. Thank you.
Fantastic, and thank you, Mr. Sharma. Now, I would like to invite on stage Engineer Salim bin Sulaiman Al-Dhuhli, the CEO of Khaza'in Economic City. Engineer Al-Dhuhli has 25 years of experience in senior management positions, and prior to joining the OIC group in 2018, he worked with a number of reputed institutions. Everybody, please put your hands together for Engineer Salim bin Sulaiman Al-Dhuhli.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellency, Dr. Saleh bin Saeed Masan, Under Secretary of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion, Your Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al-Ma'shni, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Respective audience, I'm really delighted to be here today to present and take you in a short journey through Khazain, economic city. I am sure many of you, you know Khazain. Today I will go through the city in a short journey and present what's Khazain and what Khazain offers and what are the key strategic partners and the key projects already in Khazain. Khazain is an integrated economic city developed in Barka, South Al-Batna Governance, and it's the first economic zone and free zone structured as a private-public partnership. And also our partner in Khazain is the governments, which are represented by Asyad as a PPP model. Our visions in Khazain is to build a world-class city that attracts investments in technology, logistics, and industry, and trades as well. So the project has a very important national importance. Since it's the first PPP model, it is very important to be successful as a national project. The Khazain also is going to participate and contributes to Oman GDP, logistic and industrial developments in Oman. Khazain also supports the government initiatives, enables the government to support, like for example, dry ports. Now it's in Khazain, Central Fruits and Market, Auto Mall, and also enable the governments to allocate some of the national initiatives like relocating of Ghala or Wadi Kabir industrial area. Also, in terms of ICV, Khazain also attracting significant foreign investments in Oman, creating opportunities to SMEs, and also maximizing the expenditures on Omani goods and services. Of course, maximizing private sector partnership, building national capabilities and job creations. Khazain is located in the expansion's growth of Muscat towards Barka. As you can see, it's connected to Muscat Expressway as well as Al-Batina Expressway. 2 hours from Suhar ports, 30 minutes to Suwaik ports. Muscat International is only 30 minutes. Border with Saudi Arabia, around 4 hours, and away from border with UAE, it's only 2.5 hours. And Khazain is connected with a very strong logistic infrastructure like the expressways, as long as also the ports, seaports, and airports. There is very important components in Khazain as an integrated economic city, one of its industrial and free zone, which the components, it has free zone, which is going to be opened very soon. It's light and medium industries, repairs, maintenance workshops, manufacturing, and worker village as well. In the logistic warehouse, which is the second main components of Khazain, is the dry port, which is already, as you know, it's in operation. We have retail warehousing, food store, cold store, building materials, distributions. We have also business components. We have retail, entertainments. We have social infrastructure and residential as well. What Khazain offers to the investors, first of all, it's a high demand catchments. As you know, the location, excellent road connectivity, 50 years land lease or leasehold, attractive rates as well, tailors lease and ownership solution, prime location. We have already spoken about it, full freedom to control, execute, and manage project development, and its strategic location, which is on the growth of Muscat. The journey of Khazain, we started in March 2018 by signing the development agreements with the governments, and then immediately in June 2018, we assigned Atkins as a consultant for the master plan, and then we appointed Jilfar in July 2019, August 2019. Then we finished the infrastructure of phase 1 on October 2020, And then by mid of 2022, we have signed 84 investment agreements. Here are the main sectors, the health and medicine. We have also energy and industrial. In the health and medicine, we have signed with Obel Biopharma, which is now manufacturing vaccines. The first vaccines manufacturing in Oman is going to be in Khazain, and the first dose is going to be handed over to Ministry of Health by November this year. Just to give you one example, energy and industry, we have WAQOD, we have Al-Wataniya as a Saudi Arabia investor, is already there. Construction, Gilfar is already there as their construction camp. We have Falcon, we have digital energy, food industry as well, as you can see. And we have the logistics. Khazain Dry Port is one of its, and Naql Express, as well as GWC. Those two companies are FDIs. Here is the master plan of the city. The infrastructure for phase one, we're able to finish 10 kilometers of asphalt road is already laid, 22 kilometers of water network is there, 20 kilometers of stormwater, 6.75 kilometers of flood protection is already laid. And also all the electric network, telecommunication is already laid and available, street lights, all the infrastructure that supports the manufacturing environment is available. As of today, we have opened 3.2 million square meters of total leasable area, and this leasable area is surfaced with all the infrastructure. We managed to occupy 84% of this land, signed 83, and the investment value is around 120 million Riyal Omani. Here is some photos of the site, dry port, as you can see, WAQOD, the infrastructure, which already laid. Here is some of the signing. Khazain is ready. Our strategic partners, the major projects that we have, the technology park, Khazain head office now is under construction, food city, truck rest area, dry port is already now in operation, pre-built warehouse zone, industrial, labor village, free zone, and also New Ghala cluster. Here is some photo of the Khazain fruits and vegetable market, which is already now in construction. The main contractor has been already awarded, and the work at site is going on. Labor village also we have signed with the investor, and now they are in the mobilization stage. As you can see, Khazain Dry Port is in operation, as we mentioned. Khazain Dry Port is a partnership between Marafi, Kimji Ramdas, and Medina Logistics Services. The first phase is being developed in 100,000 square meters, and they are able to expand in another 150,000 square meters. The construction is completed and it's in operation. This is the food city. We have also allocated 1 million square meters for the food city. The first part of the food city is the Khazain fruits and vegetable market. It is a central market. It's going to create a hub for distributions and collections of fruits and vegetables for import and export. It's going to enhance also the cold chain as well as the supply chain. And also from this food city, we will be able to attract foreign investors in the food sector, which enables the national food security strategy. Here is the staff accommodation. Labor accommodation is distributed in different clusters. So the investors, when they build their factory inside Khazain, they don't need to allocate accommodations for their laborers. The laborers can be allocated in the central labor village, and it's only a walking distance of 8 minutes from the central labor village to the first factory in that cluster. And it's integrated with all the services that the labor needs. This is WAQOD, the first production plant in Oman for biofuel. They produce in diesel out of the oil cooked, used oil cooked. Largest in region in capacity of 20 tons. It's now in operation, and it's the world first biodiesel plant operated through solar energy. The pre-built warehouse. This is the logistic and industrial zone. And this is also the new Ghala. We have allocated around 3 million square meters for those companies who's willing to move to Khazain with all the infrastructure is ready. Thank you very much.
Khazain Economic City is a fully integrated city
Thank you very much,
located at the heart of the
Engineer
most densely
Salim.
populated area in the Sultanate of Oman and adjacent to Al Batna Expressway. 30 minutes away from Muscat International Airport, 30 minutes from Al Suwaik Port, and only 2 hours from Sohar Port, containing a variety of zones such as industrial and logistics area, Khazain Dry Port, the food city, including the Central Fruit and Vegetables Market, the Central Auto Market, commercial area, technology and business park, free zone, and a residential area. The project has commenced in March 2018 by signing partnership agreement with Oman Investment Corporation as the main developer for Khazain project with mandate to build, develop, and manage this mega-scale and national project. An international consultant was appointed to design the city's master plan with an international standard. After that, the project has started groundworks and progressed at an accelerated pace toward the completion of the first phase of infrastructure in October 2020. Khazain's Phase 1 development was made ready with the completion of the city's state-of-the-art infrastructures, which included roads network, water distribution network, flood protection dike, fiber optic network, and other supporting utilities. All of these milestones were managed with a team of proactive and skilled Omani professionals. With the completion of the infrastructure development, the city has opened 3.2 million square meters of leasable land areas in various economic sectors ready to be occupied. And despite the world economic situation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, Khazain has succeeded in attracting and signing more than 30 agreements with various local and international investors. Khazain is a project of national importance and international impact that will support the country's vision for 2040 and provide an exciting new option for investors, industrialists, and entrepreneurs. The project is envisioned to transfer Oman into a leading global logistics and business destination and a gateway to the world. Khazain is here and ready. Come join us. Khazain, the city of opportunities.
We wish Khazain an impressive exponential juggernaut of a growth, and please give Engineer Salim bin Slimane Al-Dhuhli a round of applause for his presentation. So, and I thank you very much for your incisive presentation. Now we're moving on. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Khalid Ansari, CEO of KMA and Partners LLC. Now, Mr. Ansari is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. He joined KPMG in 1980 in the UK and retired as the partner in charge of KPMG Oman, where he was providing audit and advisory services. Now, Mr. Ansari was the CEO of Al Anwar Investment SAOG for 3 years, and he has a very deep understanding of the economy of Oman and has extensive experience of advising diverse businesses in Oman during his last 35 years over here. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Khalid Ansari on stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, Dr. Salim Hassan, Your Excellency, Sheikh Salim Mushtahil, ladies and gentlemen. Today, the topic of discussion of this summit, there are a lot of interesting presentations and discussions later on, focusing on transformation, competitiveness, and smart manufacturing. My short presentation is to set the scene, raise some challenges some opportunities which exist for the manufacturing sector in Oman, to enable the panelists and the discussions later on to have a fruitful discussion. So let me start off with a small background of what the importance of manufacturing is. See, statistically, globally, it's said that if you spend 1 riyal on manufacturing, you add 1.4 to the economy. So it's a very good multiplier. It's one of the highest multiplier of any economic sector. It creates and generates broad-scale economic growth, and economic growth means ultimately higher living standards. So that's the importance of manufacturing. If you look at some projections, it was said between 2015 and 2030, the population of the emerging and developing countries, which is close to Oman, we are in the region of the developing countries, is going to increase by 17%. And this increase will add additional 1.1 billion consumers. The demand has to be fulfilled. Oman manufacturers can tap into this population and create opportunities in food, transport, apparel, health, travel, housing, education, telecommunication. Just now we heard the presentation by Engineer Salem about Khazain. Khazain is one very good example of what the future is, how the cities are growing. And there are numerous industrial estates. If you look at Madain, Oman has developed industrial estates in Rusail, in Sohar, in Resud, and a lot of economic zones. So manufacturing is important. If you look at what the government target is, between 2021 and 2025, the target contribution to the GDP, the highest is targeted manufacturing, from 10.8% to 12.2%. So that's the government's agenda and their target. If you look at the budget of 2022 budget, there are so many other things, but I pulled out 3 elements which are relevant to today. One, the budget says there's a priority to projects linked to productive sector. So that's very clear. The budget wants that. Also, support training linked to job opportunities. That's also a target of the budget. And support the SME. In any country, without an SME, you cannot operate a good manufacturing sector because it's the SMEs which feed into the mega projects. Also, if you look at the leading company in Oman, which is Oman Investment Authority, in the budget, they have been earmarked $2.9 billion for expenditure, mainly expanding current projects, complete ongoing projects, and develop and establish new projects. So for the government side, there's a lot of incentive, a lot of clear direction that manufacturing is one key sector which has to develop. Let me give you what is the profile of the Oman manufacturer sector. Okay? It's a very mixed profile. If you look at the profile is developed, the type of companies range from listed companies to proprietorship. So you've got very large organization and you've got very small organizations. There are numerous locations. They're spread all over the country. So it's not located in one area. There are industrial states, as I said, throughout the country. And also there are very less organized areas. If you go to the old areas of Wadi Kabir, for example, or you go some areas in Mabela, they're not very organized. So if one visits the industrial units in Wadi Kabir or Mabela and compare it with Rusail Industrial Estate or even Khazain, you see a huge difference. There's a big gap in all parameters. Another interesting feature is the large companies are export-oriented. Oman population is 4.5 million. So any manufacturer of a scale, it not be economically viable to support a business. It's got to be export-oriented. So you look at all the success stories, all the big organizations, their success is because they're export-oriented. Also, the welfare of the workforce varies from good to poor. What I mean, if you look at, in any manufacturing, you got the machineries and you got the workers who produce. their condition also varies. Some of them live in a very poor conditions, some of them live in a fantastic workers' accommodation. So there's a big, difference. Also, the processes vary from very highly automated to intensive labor. So that's a pretty wide variety. And there are some success stories. I'm not going to list all the names, but Amwaj, for example, is a global brand today, developed in Oman. Today, you go to any leading countries, you find a brand called Amwaj, made in Oman. There's also in food, a brand called Chips Oman, developed locally, today is available everywhere. So that's the landscape of the manufacturing sectors in Oman. Let's look at the performance. How do the manufacturing sector perform? Now, I don't have data for the private companies and limited companies, so I picked up the data of all the listed companies which are in the stock market. There are 34 listed companies which fall under the manufacturing category. The total turnover, now these are 2021 audited numbers as disclosed in the Muscat stock market. So the total turnover of those 34 companies is 1 billion plus. So it's a very sizable turnover for, if you compare it with the GDP, it's pretty big. Out of that, 17 companies reported profit, they're profitable. Their total revenue was about 740 odd million. They made a net profit cumulative of 47 million. And they had an equity investments of 630 million. You look at the loss-making companies, there are 17. So out of 34, 50% profitable, 50% loss-making. Their revenues are about 300 odd million. Net losses about 31 million. And their equity about 237 million. So that's the landscape of listed companies, Oman. The return on equity of profitable companies range from 0.7% to 21.4%. Now, that's a very encouraging sign. There are companies which are making an ROE of 21.4% in a year which was not the best year. 2021 was not the best year because of COVID, we all know. The average is 7.4. So the net profit of these profitable companies range from 1.1% to 25%. Again, a very high percentage, but the spread is very big. The average is 6.2. So this is the financial sector. When we are looking at the challenges, I'm sure the panelists will look at how do we make sure that all those 17 odd companies, and there may be numerous more companies, move out of the red zone and go into a profitable area. So this is the financial. What I did next is informal survey. I did I spoke to a handful of CEOs of listed companies and asked them a very simple question. What are your 3 biggest challenge today as a CEO? What makes you worry? And I'll reproduce what I heard. So this is the challenges faced by the CEOs, on the ground. CEOs are worried that the raw material cost is increasing, availability of imported items due to global shortages, they all worry. Production cost of unit is high compared to foreign manufacturers. There is dumping by multinational companies. Approval of sale price increase takes 2 to 3 months by PACP. Okay? Logistic cost is high as items are first sent to Jebel Ali and then reshipped. Unit cost increases every year. If additional utility like gas is asked for, then the rates are much higher. There are differential rates in GCC for example, visa. If somebody goes from here to UAE, you pay 50 riyal. Cost overall coming is 15 riyal. So, these all add up to the bottom line. Look at the next lot. Most of them are saying that the rollout of new products takes 2 to 3 months. Okay? And no priority is given to Omani manufacturers, So if I am an Omani manufacturer, I want to produce a new product, I need permissions. It takes similar time for me as an Omani manufacturer compared to a foreign manufacturer coming into the company. So people are saying, look, we are an Omani company, we should be giving priority. Quality certification in certain industries used to be annually, now it's quarterly, which adds to a cost. Then there are bilateral issues. For example, an Omani product have duty of 10% in Saudi Arabia from last month, I think. Countries like India, Pakistan, Iran, East Africa, 25%, while imports from those countries are only 5%. Okay? Expansion of existing factories could take 2-3 months. And there's a lot of talk of green projects, etc. What these large entities are saying, that Omani manufacturers are not given priority for the green projects. If somebody's trying to do solar, somebody's trying to do wind, they would rather bring some operator from outside and give them a priority rather than allow the Omani product, the manufacturers develop. Now, this is what is verbatim, which is coming out of the CEOs. Now, they are the industry leaders, so I hope in the next panel discussion, etc., people will address these issues. Apart from that, based on my experience and going further down, I was talking of the public companies, now I go further down to SMEs and my other LLC companies. I've listed a lot of reasons why manufacturing companies are not successful or they're struggling. Number one, the governance issue. In a listed company, governance is okay because you are publicly listed, you're governed by the corporate governance of CMA, you have to file accounts on time, quarterly accounts. LLC, small companies, they don't bother. They may be out by 2 years. Who cares? Also, there's a lot of financial mismanagement. People don't spend enough resources and energy to make sure that financially the companies are managed properly. By financial mismanagement, I mean, money, if a profitable company fund is taken out to buy a building, which is not related to the factory. Now that's, shareholders should withdraw as a dividend and take it out rather than you borrow and you fund something else. Also, there is a funding issue. The debt to equity is also not always correct. People start up the company, go on a very low debt with a very high debt with low equity. Now, in the time when the interest cost is going up, high debt comes to bite you and increases your unit cost. Also, there are productivity issues. Downtime, people are not, looking at productivity and making sure that I've got a machine, I've got a laborer, I need to use them productively. Not enough research and development goes on. There's a fantastic facility in Oman in the form of the Research Council, the Sultan Qaboos University, so many. Manufacturing companies are not using those facilities to do R&D. There's so much research and development can be done. Very little innovation or no innovation. If I've got a product, I'm happy, I'm continuing. Market is changing. I need to innovate. I need to develop product using my technology. Also, we're not using technology effectively. Technology is cutting across all sectors in Oman and globally. And this is the time where we can use technology to be more smart, more efficient. There are discussions later on smart manufacturing. I think this is where technology will come in. Also, lack of training, lack of investment in workforce training. What I mean, we hire workforce, we spend money on training a manager or a sales manager or marketing, but we don't spend money on training the laborer, because he's the one who's actually producing. If you keep on training them, make them efficient, it'll make a lot of health. The other one is occupational health care. There are people who are trying to get into that, but it's a very early stage. And occupational health care is important because it ensures that the workforce is healthy and you reduce the downtime. If, I have a factory with 500 people and every day about 20 people are sick, not able to produce, I lose time and opportunity. So, occupational health care is a preventive healthcare, which ensures that the health of the workers, everything are taken care. And the last one is cumbersome regulations. We saw the feedback from the CEOs. So to wrap it up, what are the focus areas for manufacturing companies? I believe cost competitiveness is important. That will ensure that we increase our productivity, we reduce our downtime, and we reduce our wastage. Export-oriented and import substitution, extremely important. Companies we set up in Oman must be able to export. Otherwise, the volume in Oman is not big enough for large investment. It is okay for SME, but we need to look at, Oman is sitting in a very nice logistic area, and we got 1.5 billion customers around us. We need to produce to sell outside. If goods can come from China to Oman and America and North America and South America, why can't the goods produced in Oman go to China, North America, and South America? It's as simple as that. Today, it's a global economy. We can sell anywhere. And there are examples in Oman who do that. Only then we will become viable if the companies are looking at. And last but not the least is use of technology. Technology has changed so much. It is making things efficient. We can monitor, we can improve product, and that will ensure that our productivity goes up, we improve the quality and the volume. So if the quality is good, if the volume is high, obviously your unit price comes down. As simple as that. To sum it up, I've got one recommendation for the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. I knew His Excellency is here. My recommendation is set up a high-powered troubleshooting unit, reporting either to the Minister or to the Undersecretary, dedicated only to find a timely solution to the challenges of the manufacturing sector. Today, if a manufacturing company has a problem, they should be able to go straight to that unit and say, look, I've got this problem, how do we fix it? And that should be fixed maybe based on a KPI in 24 hours, 48 hours, not 3-4 months. Because time is money. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that introductive insight into the manufacturing landscape. I remember interviewing Mr. Ansari on my show, Understanding 2040, and I asked him, how do we help the economy? He said one simple thing: build what people want. That's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Ansari. It is time to present the annual OER Manufacturing Excellence Awards, and I'd like to request His Excellency, Dr. Saleh bin Saeed Masan, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion, to please come on stage and do the honors. I also would request Mr. Atulya Sharma and Mr. Saeed Masood Al-Ma'ashani, Deputy CEO of United Media Services, to kindly join His Excellency on the stage. Now that we are all on stage, we are ready to begin these ceremonies. And the photo opportunities. So the first OER Manufacturing Excellence Award is for technological innovation and digital transformation. The winning company has been looking at harnessing the transformational potential of the fourth industrial revolution to position itself as a smelter of the future. It has made advanced technology a priority ever since its formation in 2004, implementing automation and robotics within the smelter's cast house operations in order to minimize the interaction of human operator with unsafe material and therefore reducing the risk of injury. The OER Manufacturing Excellence Award for Technological Innovation and Digital Transformation goes to Suhar Aluminium. I'd like to request the company's representative to please come on stage. If not, we will handle the award gifts and move on to the next thing. Congratulations to Suhar Aluminium. One more round of applause for them. So we're moving on to the next OER Manufacturing Excellence Award, which goes for exceeding customer expectation through consistent product quality. I guess that's very, very important. The winner is one of the top industrial bakeries in the Gulf region that brings together more than 300 different fresh and frozen bakery products under one roof. The company has expanded its business beyond Oman to the UAE, Yemen, Qatar, KSA, Bahrain, Iraq, and Hong Kong. Its products are synonymous with quality, and it has achieved the highest level of certification for quality and food safety, including HACCP and ISO 22000. So the OER's Manufacturing Excellence Award for exceeding customer expectation through consistent product quality goes to Atyab Food Industries. Congratulations, Atyab Food Industries. Moving on to the next OAR award, and it is the OAR Manufacturing Excellence Award for being a preferred investment destination for companies. And it goes to an economic city, which is the largest public-private partnership project in building, management, and development of economic zones in the Sultanate. The new integrated economic city will be the home of Oman's first dry port, the central fruit and vegetable market, special zones for light and medium industries, logistics services alongside multi-mix residential units. Given its facilities, it has been attracting a host of investors, as we've seen in the presentation early on, such as Salalah Mills Company, As-Safwa SPC, Zaysafoon Investment Company from Iraq, Al-Rassam, Al-Shamila, and QAF International, and finally, the Sabine Group, amongst others. So this OAR Manufacturing Excellence Award for being a preferred investment destination for company goes to, and congratulations, Khaza'in Economic City. Next OAR Manufacturing Excellence Award is for promoting environmental sustainability. And it goes to a company which has the distinction of being the first investor in Duqm with an investment of 24 Omani Riyals. 24 million Omani Riyals. The company is an innovative biorefinery which manufactures nylons and biochemicals from castor oil. It is a unique business model which starts from farming to aerospace, polymers, and bio-nylons. This is a perfect example of environment sustainability and diversification from petrochemicals. The OAR Manufacturing Excellence Award for promoting environmental sustainability goes to Sibasik, Oman. I'd like to remind everybody it's 24 million. And congratulations to Sibasik. The next OAR Manufacturing Award is for being a strategic growth partner in the developing world. And it goes to a company which has been a major partner for the success of the city of Salalah and the development of this country. In addition, it has collaborated with many local and international partners to provide the expertise, focus, and resources required to efficiently deliver solutions to aid the growth of construction across the nation and across the Middle East. The company has used a robust maritime fleet to expand its reach to boost the development of businesses and communities from southern Oman to Yemen, East Africa, and the Indian Ocean. The OAR Manufacturing Award for being a strategic growth partner in the developing world goes to Raysut Cement. Congratulations to Raysut Cement, a regional powerhouse. The next OAR Manufacturing Award is for empowering local talent, which is amazing, and it goes to a company which believes in investing in people. This company has made investments in advanced technical training, effective HR practices, and ideal work environments. Involving the local first in Oman's industrial progress through Omanization and maintaining a sustainable enterprise are its key priorities. In addition, sharing its prosperity with the local community and contributing its might to a nation building is the cornerstone of this company's philosophy. The OAR Manufacturing Award for empowering local talent goes to Oman Cables Industry. next OAR Manufacturing Award is for offering customers best-in-class products. And it goes to an Oman-based manufacturer of steel products. The company, located close to Sohar Port, operates through two business divisions, namely Tube Mill and Merchant Bar Mill. They manufacture and market various types of steel products, including black pipes, galvanized pipes, hollow sections, merchant bar mill products, and rebars. Its new merchant bar mill has a production capacity of 300,000 metric tons per annum. Apart from Oman, the company's key markets include the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and North America. This OAR Manufacturing Award for excellence in offering customers best-in-class products goes to Al Jazeera Steel Products Company. Congratulations to everybody who has won, and congratulations to Al Jazeera Steel Products Company. And I'd like to put a notice to everybody and caution, please pay attention to the steps when you come over. The next award goes to an Omani public company listed on the Muscat Stock Exchange, established in 1997. It has its head office and flagship mushroom farm in Barka, besides a state-of-art compost factory in Thamret and a branch in the UAE. This company is primarily engaged in the cultivation and marketing of fresh mushrooms under the brand name of Mushroom Oman. It is the largest high-tech mushroom farm in the GCC region, with a capacity to produce more than 15,000 kilograms per day throughout the year in a climate-controlled environment. This company exports 90% of its production to markets outside Oman. The OAR Manufacturing Excellence Award for large export-based company from the non-oil sector goes to Gulf Mushroom Products Company. It's an amazing product from Oman. Mushrooms all the way. Gulf Mushroom Products Company, congratulations. The OAR Manufacturing Excellence Award for Leadership in Textile Exports goes to a company which is a trusted partner of major global apparels around the world and major apparel brands for over the last 25 years. With an ultra-modern manufacturing plant at Muscat and 3 global offices in India, Pakistan, and Jordan, the company is the most preferred sewing and embroidery supplier of apparel and soft home factories in the Indian subcontinent, in the MENA region, and East African region. Due to its ethical business practices and overall contribution towards the country's economy, it has been rated as a Category A company here in Oman. The OAR Manufacturing Award for Excellence in Leadership in Textile Export goes to Muscat Thread Mills. It's absolutely impressive to give away high-quality awards to high-quality companies. Congratulations to Muscat Thread Mills. The next award goes to a company which is a part of the $100 billion Tata Group and one of the largest MEP contractors in the region. with several iconic projects such as Burj Khalifa, Yas Marina Circuit, Ferrari World, Emirates Palace Hotel, Kempinski Hotel Muscat, Oman Across the Ages Museum, and many more. This company has executed more than 3 gigawatt of solar projects and is now offering complete solar solutions to companies in Oman and other GCC countries. This will allow companies to achieve their sustainability goals while saving a substantial amount on electrical costs. So, the OAR Manufacturing Award for being the Technical Facilities Management Company of the Year goes to Voltas, Oman. Congratulations, Voltas. The next award goes to Oman's first ferrochrome smelter. Its production facility located at Sohar Free Zone is a fully export-oriented manufacturing unit, ideally positioned to showcase the capability of Oman as a leading supplier of ferrochrome. Moreover, the ferrochrome facility substitutes 25% of its electrical energy requirement with solar power, helping in the reduction of greenhouse gases in Oman. The OAR Manufacturing Excellence Award for enabling Oman's growth as a leading ferrochrome supplier goes to Al Tamam Insil Ferrochrome. Congratulations to Al Tamam Insil Ferrochrome. Before we get to the end, I'd like to call back the OAR's Manufacturing Excellence Award for exceeding customer expectation through consistent product quality. I couldn't find the right award, but I might as well just call them up because they missed the award and everybody has the right to collect the award. So I'd like to call the representative from Sohar Aluminium on stage. The award is for the technological innovation and digital transformation. Respect, and one more round of applause, because we'll also be calling every previous winner to come on stage, please, for a huge group picture. Can every award winner please come on stage? Sohar Aluminium, please stay on stage. And everybody else who's got an award, please come on stage for a group photo. Thank you. We are now moving on to our seats and into our next speaker, Mr. Naveen Narayanan. He's the Managing Director of SSA International. He has over 17 years of global management consulting experience in lean manufacturing, strategy, and change management. He has led several corporate-wide transformation programs, mentored change agents, and produced sustainable business results for clients such as Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, Nortel Networks, DHL Worldwide, and Godrej Industries throughout Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and Africa. Everybody, please put your hands together for Mr. Naveen Narayanan.
Assalamu alaikum, Sabah al khair, Your Excellencies, dignitaries, and guests. Am I audible at the back? So then I will not bend. All right. So I can't believe we are already in the second edition of the Manufacturing Summit, and quite excited to be with you to bring some new concepts to this forum after the great success and reception we had to the first edition of the summit last year. So before we dive into the theme of this conference, which we were debating what's relevant and topical, and we came up with embracing smart and digital manufacturing, which is aligned with Oman's Vision 2040 as well, and how can we bring practical considerations to industries in Oman. So let's take a quick reflection of the macro outlook first. Of course, the picture is slightly different from when we looked at it a year ago, primarily because we still had the wave of significant monetary easing by central banks worldwide, and that led to a lot of bullishness in industries and economic resurgence, which was essential for the post-pandemic recovery. So in a way, we are facing some of the temporary fallout effects of what transpired in the last couple of years. And central banks are now realizing that you can't keep lowering rates endlessly, and there should be some stage where you need to at least have a temporary policy reversal. And that is translating into a little bit of pain, hopefully not long-term in terms of inflationary pressures and in terms of slightly pared down growth expectations worldwide. But nonetheless, the IMF predicts a fairly robust growth across world economies, large and small. And so there is still reason to be cheerful and optimistic about. Now let's reflect on, we had a very wonderful presentation this morning about the Oman manufacturing industry in general and how important it is and how much value it contributes in terms of, close to about 10% of GDP is contributed by the manufacturing sector and so on. We all do recognize how important the sector is for the long-term sustainable economic development of the country, a very core resource that can help us to hedge the dependence on more volatile assets such as hydrocarbon. In order to do this, of course, there is a lot of realization already at policy level and also at industry level, right? In terms of what measures need to be taken, there is a beautifully, well-articulated UNIDO report by Oman that talks about how important and what sort of initiatives and measures need to be taken by the manufacturing sector. At the core of it lies how we build competitiveness in the manufacturing sector. How do we help to create low-cost or lowest-cost manufacturing industry that can compete effectively globally? How do we bring in meaningful investment? How do we modernize the sector so that it helps to create sustainable value for the economy? So these are few considerations I'm sure are top of the agenda in a number of boardroom and management discussions. In this forum, we will expound some of the practical considerations and methodologies that can help us to move in that direction, right? So we do have a very lofty vision, and we are very inspired by what the Vision 2040 document says and how important the manufacturing sector is to contribute to achieve that vision, right? There are elements of technology, there are elements of growing exports, which we already spoke about, right? In order to compete effectively, we need to be the lowest cost producer. And we also need to enhance the skill base, not only for producing better products faster, but also to be able to embrace technology in a way that we are able to keep up with the global trends in terms of where manufacturing is going. So in this forum, we are going to expound some of the elements of smart manufacturing. There is a lot of talk. If you did a general Google search about IoT 4.0, you will get a lot of information, perhaps an overdose, right? We want to at least have some sort of guidance and practical considerations for industries in Oman, keeping in mind where we are in terms of the skill base we have, where we are in terms of the maturity of manufacturing, and how we can thoughtfully embrace these principles in a way that it can bring value to the sector and value to the economy. And these are some considerations that some of the speakers that we have in store will also expound and hopefully try to connect the dots in terms of where we need to go. Right? But one thing we all can agree, that the goals of smart manufacturing or digital manufacturing or ADP, advanced digital production, as UNIDO likes to call it, the goal is something that we can all agree on, right? It should help us to make better decisions faster. It should help us to be first to market, and it should help us to be the lowest cost producer anywhere in the world. If we can agree on the principles, or if we can agree on the true north objectives of what manufacturing needs to deliver, then the rest of all is in the details, and we will excavate some of those details and see what is relevant in order to embrace in a phased manner for the industry. So there are a lot of enabling roles that technology can play. The speakers that will follow will perhaps expound in greater depth and richer context. Technology today can, is helping various sectors across the board in faster decision making, eliminating wasteful activities in their supporting functions, helping to get better intelligence, better analytics. Within manufacturing, helping to reduce human burden, improve reliability, safety, and the list goes on, right? So broadly, the way the manufacturing automation or the streams of automation have evolved can be classified into two buckets or two baskets, right? One is all of those technologies that have emerged that can help us to make decisions faster, right? What we call as information exchange. And then there are technologies and there are techniques that have emerged that can help us to speed up the material flow, right? Speed up processing in factories. So now it's a bit overwhelming, right? When you look at, how do I prioritize? How do I pick and choose which path I need to take? Which tool is relevant to my business? It's a bit overwhelming for industries because there is a significant commitment in terms of capital, time, effort in order to pursue these. And let's see if we can have a general guidance on how to go about this path in this forum, and if some meaningful guidance can come. Also, there is a workshop where we will probably have a more interactive discussion post-lunch where we can see if we can evolve a path, a direction for the industries to then have a better process of identifying the right approach, right? So one of the pitfalls that we definitely need to avoid is what we call as random automation, right? Which is a scattergun approach. So, definitely avoidable, where you create islands of automation which is not connected and not talking to each other, right? So this is a good illustration, perhaps, of getting very excited about automation. This is an escalator in somewhere in Southeast Asia where there are 5 steps and it takes couple of seconds to cross, right? Now, one may imagine, is that escalator really needed? Well, it's a useful tool, but what problem is it solving, right? So getting enamored with pockets of improvement or automation without looking at the bigger picture is a risk that we would like to avoid. There are famous failure stories. Of course, Tesla is in the news for good or bad reasons. Elon Musk is quite an interesting character. Elon Musk famously said, we want to build a factory. Let me see if I can phrase this right. We want to build a machine that builds machines. So he said that we want to have, and this is this is not just, Elon Musk's brainchild. General Motors attempted it many years ago in the 80s, where they coined the term called as dark factories. Essentially, I would say, the dream of these manufacturers was that we have a factory where you just turn on the switch and the factory runs on its own without any human intervention, right? Now, this could probably be a sci-fi venture, a good plot for a sci-fi movie. But in real world, this hasn't worked, and perhaps it will not work in the foreseeable future. People are coming to the painful realization that you cannot replace human talent, you cannot replace human judgment, human dexterity human adaptability and ability to think on your feet and act flexibly, right? So there is a very valuable content that the human worker brings to the table. How do you develop your workplace in a way that automation aids the human worker to be more effective, rather than blindly pursue the objective of eliminating the human work content in the process, right? There is you can look up the famous pizza failure. SoftBank burnt another $300 million into a venture where apparently the robot makes pizzas. People said the cheese was runny, the topping was not enough, and so on. So I think we are still very, very far away from that stage where we can completely automate and dehumanize processes. What is more essential is to create an enabling environment. And what do you mean by an enabling environment is that you have a workplace where the humans are able to create value unhindered, and they are able to, you are able to take away the burdensome tasks from the people who do them, so that they are able to create more value and they are more productive and therefore more motivated in the workplace, right? So the idea we want to pursue is more of lean digital, wherein you bring in digital, you leverage the advancements in modern technology, and there is a plethora of advancements, right? There is no ends to how far science has gotten and how much there is available, how much more accessible technology is that can be implemented in a factory environment. But if we lose sight of the leanness of the process, which is what we also want to emphasize in the talks that will follow, you will be losing the forest for the trees, right? So a small lesson in history, Sakichi Toyoda is the father and founder of the Toyota factory, the Toyota Motor Corporation. Perhaps Toyota just about recently lost the pole position for the largest automotive industry by market cap to Tesla. In my view, it is still a bit of a bubble in terms of valuation for Tesla. But nonetheless, what Sakichi realized back in the 1920s that any activity that the operator does, which is not creating value, needs to be removed. In his experience, when the machines, when they were making the looms, making fabric, every time the thread broke, the operator has to stop the machine manually, otherwise it would create a big pile of mess. But when the machine is running, the operator has nothing to do rather than just stare at the machine, right? So essentially that activity was needed, but it's needed because the machine didn't have the intelligence to stop when the thread broke. So Sakichi introduced a concept of, automatic stoppage of the machine, where every time the thread broke, the machine would stop, and therefore freeing up the operator's time. So the operator could mine to multiple machines and not necessarily wasting his or her time just staring at the machine when it is running smoothly, right? This was the birth of the concept of Jidoka that became so central to every advancement in technology that Toyota embraced. So even today, if you see in Toyota factory and the automotive manufacturing sector in general, you will find that they don't throw automation randomly around the factories. They would be very mindful of what element of human work is being replaced and how you can free up the human talent to do more creative thinking and more value-adding tasks. Shingo famously said, it's only the last turn of the bolt where value is created. Every other turn is just motion, right? So this is probably a very extreme view of looking at how you bring value within the process, but it also bodes well for what we are trying to do by taking away those activities from the process that are not really creating value. Well, I'm not the expert on Industry 4.0. There are speakers who are much more with elevated experience and background who will perhaps touch upon what the fourth industrial revolution is and how it can help us to really get to the objective that we are aimed towards. But over the four industrial revolutions that we have seen in the last couple of centuries, is that the industrial revolution is essentially a testament of human quest to do more, to bring more value, and to maximize what can be created with available resources. And perhaps we are at the inflection point now, because no other point in time in history did we have the access to the kind of resources and the kind of know-how and technology that has been developed. And so the fourth industrial revolution will perhaps have a phenomenal impact on the industries going forward. So, but just to remind, a word of caution, not to throw caution to the wind in terms of not losing sight of optimizing the value stream, which is what we are aiming to do here. How can our industries create more value by giving customers quicker products faster at the lowest possible cost? How can you place technology thoughtfully to achieve those objectives is what we are going to be talking about. It's not all gloom and doom in terms of adoption. I can safely say that the worldwide industries are still kind of at that stage where they are figuring out how to embrace advanced manufacturing practices or advanced digital practices in manufacturing. There was a survey done globally and also specific to North America, where they realized that still about 1 or 2%. The general consensus is less than 2% of industries worldwide have fully integrated advanced digital manufacturing practices. Many of them are dabbling in it. Many of them are still trying to introduce these concepts into their practices. So we are not behind the curve in adoption, but it will be a fairly exponential curve once this adoption sort of picks up across the industries and for various reasons. So in summary, we want to make sure that the objective of preserving profits, right? This was a Gartner survey done a few years ago where they interviewed people about what impact methodology had and what impact technology had on their business. The general consensus is that methodology trumps technology, So now what that means is that unless a little bit of sweat equity is invested in the business to identify where we need to optimize, what sort of methods need to be changed, how do we reorganize ourselves within our businesses. Unless that effort is invested, bringing in technology would be akin to taking a shortcut, which is not recommended, right? So one needs to be acutely mindful of what are the profit leakages across their value stream, and we have seen so many examples within our practice where there are so many addressable profit leaks in distribution, selling and distribution, manufacturing, quality controls, warehouse, inventory controls. Now, these are all methodological aspects, right? Unless we challenge the process, unless we go back and engage with stakeholders across the value stream of the business, asking where these profit leaks are and how do we squeeze out more profits from the business ethically, right? Don't go to the next step of technology. Right? So these are some examples where this is, for example, one of the manufacturing plants where we studied, and we could identify 4 or 5 activities where people were doing essentially staring at the machine sort of activities, where there is a defect being generated in a process, and therefore there is a risk of that defect going to customer. Therefore, you need to put people to stare at the machine to fix these defects. Now, it doesn't take a lot of rocket science to figure out these things, but if this step is missed, and you just jump in and say, hey, let's automate a process, you would miss the opportunity to take out a lot of low-hanging fruits in the business, right? These are some other examples within the pharma industry when they mapped, and perhaps Speaker Kulbhushan will talk more about how they went about in Dr. Reddy's. And we've had very interesting sort of a project of, the end-to-end value stream of looking at, order-to-cash cycle, where, when they mapped the process, they identified a lot of steps in the process that are burdensome, time-consuming, and wasteful activities in the process. Perhaps this slide will illustrate. This is one simple example of a packaging process where they, an industrial engineer walked with the operator the entire shift to see how many steps he takes from one station to another. And he found in a small manufacturing area, the operator was walking around 1/4 kilometer in a shift. So now it doesn't, unless that level of granular study is done to say, okay, why is he going back and forth? What is the layout of is the layout of the shop floor correctly designed? Is there an activity that is causing burden? Is it ergonomically designed to aid the operator to do the work qualitatively? Unless these questions are asked, it would be a disservice to the process to just jump and do automation, right? So the time studies, for example, revealed in many of the workstations, 80% of the operator time is non-value adding up. Either the operator is just standing and staring at the machine or walking from one station to another, not creating value. A lot of these non-value adds existed in the process that really reduced the productivity of the process and the throughput potential of the process. So most of this was done, and perhaps I won't steal Kulbhushan's thunder when he talks about the outcome of this exercise, But most of this was done without asking what technology will help us to improve productivity. Because, industries like Dr. Reddy's are already invested in the best of the machinery. They are the leaders in the industry. So they have access to, capital is never a problem. Access to technology is never a problem. Access to, the sourcing support is not a problem. So you can put any technology in the process. But, but the technology that you invest in the business, is it giving you maximum return on investment, right? And now that is a methodological process, right? How have you organized the workplace and all of those things that I talked about. So the process analysis revealed a lot of actionable elements that had to be done by reorganizing the workplace and so on and so forth, right? And at the end of this exercise, then of course they came up with a list of very meaningful automation opportunities. They said, hey, can we automate? Can we put a conveyor belt there? Can we join 3 stations together and all of those things? But this was the outcome of the method study that revealed the opportunities that existed in the process. So in summary, picking a leaf from Eric Ries, and this is a beautiful book I'm sure many of you must have picked up on, called as The Lean Startup. So when you embrace a new idea like advanced digital production or Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing, or whatever name you would like to coin, it is advisable to do it in a phased approach, wherein you bring the ideas into the business, what in the lean startup he calls about pivot or preserve. If it works, if it's going to give you the value, preserve. If it does not, pivot. And then go through the process of measuring, is this giving the requisite results, and so on and so forth. So it should be more of an iterative approach rather than a big bang approach, which is to be avoided at all costs. So we have many, many use cases that have been adopted here. We've had the privilege to work with some of these industries doing the method studies, the technology adoption, and so on and so forth, and perhaps some of them are present here. And we've had the privilege to bring some of the big brains in this field who are going to be sharing. Perhaps they are the experts in this area to shine light on what is happening in the countries that have had a head start in embracing. Patrick is from Industry 4.0 Institute from Germany, and they are kind of the pioneers doing the fourth industrial revolution adoption across the Western world, across China and various markets which have kind of had a little bit of a head start in this area. And Kulbhushan represents more of a practitioner who we've had the privilege to work with him and Dr. Reddy's, driving a lot of these principles, and perhaps he will reflect from the business angle how they've been able to extract value out of these exercises. That's my last slide. All right, so that's my talk. Thank you, and look forward to engaging you in the session further.
That was fantastic, Mr. Naveen. I had a little epiphany while seeing the revolution stages. I realized from the first revolution to the fourth revolution, time and communication got faster at every time. So I guess we should communicate with each other faster and make sure we communicate for better results. And that will be our own industrial revolution. Now, we are moving on after that informative presentation to the first panel discussion, and I'd like to invite Mr. Mayank Singh, the Executive Vice President and Group Editor of UMS, and the moderator of this session to please come on stage and commence the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Fahmi. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel discussion on manufacturing, enhancing competitiveness and transformation. It's my pleasure to invite on stage a stellar lineup of participants. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Ali Kashoub, CEO, Atiyah Food Industries. Mr. Kashoub has over 16 years of experience in different fields such as project management, strategic marketing, and business planning. He holds a master's degree from Strathclyde University in business management and a bachelor's degree from Sultan Qaboos University in information system, and is an alumni of the National CEO program. Please welcome Mr. Ali Kashoub. Walking up on stage next is Mr. A.N. Venkat, CEO, Al Jazeera Steel Products Company. He has over 30 years of experience in the international steel industry at various management levels across the globe. In his previous engagement, he worked as Vice President Sales at Emirates Steel Company, Abu Dhabi. As a part of the Executive Management Committee, he was instrumental in growth of a 1.5 million tons re-rolling facility into a 3.5 million tons completely integrated steel facility. Welcome, Mr. Venkat. Our next panelist is Ms. Cinzia Farizi, CEO Oman Cables Industry. She has 30 years of experience in national and multinational companies. From 2014 to 2018, she was the CEO of Trenord, the second Italian railway company with 2,300 trains per day and 4,300 employees. She started a career in the Prysmian Group in 2005 as the Sales and Marketing Director of Prysmian Italy and Switzerland. She later became the CEO of its India operations, moving on as the Global Vice President of Energy and Infrastructure of the group. Welcome, Ms. Farizi. Our next panelist is Sheikh Khalid Hilal Al-Mavli, Director of Operations, Sebasic, Oman. Sheikh Khalid has business interests and experience in real estate, re-engineering buildings, pharmaceutical and biorefinery. Sheikh Al-Mavli holds a master's degree in business and management from Australia. Welcome, Sheikh Khalid. Walking up on stage next is Mr. Himanshu Mohapatra, Group General Manager, Investments at Muscat Overseas Group. He has 2 decades of experience in investment banking, portfolio management, private equity, real estate development, strategic management, and organizational development. He has set up, acquired, and managed multiple new businesses and projects for the group in real estate, education, healthcare, industrial, aquaculture, media, and communications. Mr. Mohapatra has previously worked with the Sovereign Wealth Fund in Oman and other leading financial institutions in India. Welcome, Mr. Mohapatra. Our final panelist is Mr. Khalid Ramis Al-Rawas, Executive Assistant to the CEO. Mr. Rawas is a result-focused and dynamic professional with almost 30 years of experience. He has spent 25 years in the banking industry in Oman and abroad. He has proven senior managerial acumen to deliver assignments within tight time frames without compromising on quality benchmarks. Welcome, Mr. Al-Rawas. Yeah, welcome, everyone. I think, we went from the big picture to technologies, but I want to get a real feel from industry leaders like all of you. So why don't we just start with Mr. Khashub, you rebranded. It was Atiyah Bakery, you became Atiyah Food Industries this year. How has the last 1.5 years been? Because it's a story of 2 parts. First 3 quarters of 2021, we were still coming out of the pandemic and things seem to be getting better from them. Just share your experience and I'll just go around with all the panelists.
Yeah, thank you, Mayak, and good morning to everyone. Well, our experience with COVID-19 hasn't really been pleasant. I would say this is the most common story with all manufacturers in Oman and in the region as well. We started a very successful year in 2019. Then the pandemic hit in 2020, 2021. Nowadays, I think the scenery is much better. In terms of turnover, we have seen some really growth, around 10% on the top line. Successfully, we have landed double-digit growth in net profitability before tax, around 16%. Having said that, I think the support of the group, being also supported by an ecosystem in the manufacturing arena is very, very important. This is our case, actually, in Atiyah. The aspect of rebranding actually touches a fundamental concept from our point of view. Eventually you want to bring products that actually goes very well to the end user. We do produce, especially if you're into B2C arena, you need to keep customer-centric approach. We have seen lots of industries are really, really good in manufacturing, but they are missing the key concept of the equation, which is the consumer. So when we rebranded, we took that into perspective and we tried eventually to put the customer-centric approach where we said, why do we exist? Why do we do business? Why do we manufacture, actually? And the purpose and the simple question is, we want to produce high-quality products to make our customers happy.
Sure.
And
Great.
this is the essence of the brand as of today.
Okay, Mr. Venkat, you've clocked the highest ever net profits in 2 decades at 2.9 million last year. What have you done?
9.2.
9.2, yeah, 9.2. Yeah, please. And what have you done in the last 1.5 years?
Thank you for having us here. And it's good to see a lot of people without masks after a long time. In fact, it's difficult to walk in without a mask in front of so many people. That's the story for the last 2.5 years. I think if you take us as a company, I think 3 aspects come to the fore, which is being caring, being agile, and being adaptive. I think caring in terms of placing the health and safety of the employees first, because till we got the vaccines, we had no way. We had to run the plant, but keep the people safe. So I think as a company, we spent a lot of time every day in discussing how do we isolate, how do we handle, how do we take care of people. Of course, the local health authorities helped us, but I think even they didn't have a care tool in place till they got the vaccines. The second one is being agile. Agile in terms of markets, where we would be able to sell, what we would be able to do, where we would be able to buy from. And the third aspect is being adaptive. In terms of technology, in terms of procurement, in terms of whatever we do. We sort of were able to master these three things last year. Of course, we were certainly helped by a huge commodity rise up during the year because of a lot of funding which went into the economies. So we did very well.
Sure. Okay, good to hear. Sheikh Khalid, you're kind of the world's largest biorefinery. So you are in a bit of an enviable position. How was the last 1.5 years been for you from a Sabasic point of view?
Of course, Sabasic Aman is the company that was the first manufacturing unit in Duqm. And naturally, being that, we have had to overcome a lot of challenges in the city, but with the support of the government entities and I think the team that we have managed to develop the factory. It's a niche product, so because of that, we have been able to compete and deliver our products to a lot of countries, including Europe and America.
But business has been good in the last 1.5 years?
Honestly, we have been able to produce in a stable way, and we have been able to deliver our commitments to our partners. Yes.
Sinzia, a lot of focus on cost optimization, cost rationalization across the Pressmian group in the last 1.5 years. Has that started bearing results?
Yes, it was a good opportunity also to implement all this activity in Oman Cable. We proudly say that during the last year we were able to achieve our result as per our budget and to improve our performance versus the previous year, despite many challenges were there. It's true, while the entire world was facing COVID, we were focusing expressly on four business strategies to invest in our people first, protecting the health of our people, to invest in community, not only in cost reduction, but also in improvement in knowledge, in skills of our employees. We can proudly say that now we are reaching about 50% humanization in our company, while improving the skill and giving the opportunity to improve knowledge to all employees, also through international program. In this moment, we are just sending 2 of our employees abroad for 3 years. So we are clearly very much focusing not only in cost reduction, but in diversifying product, in innovation quite a lot, in improving whatever is possible in order to create value for the entire stakeholder. With 3 directions, not only investing in people and in technology, knowledge, but also giving back to our community and producing an added value for the entire ecosystem. We recently founded a Sustainability Academy, for example, that is the only one in the world. We have 5 academies within Prysmian Group, and we are very happy to announce this Sustainability Academy for the Omani community and for the entire world.
No, wonderful initiative. Mr. Rawaz, because you have 2 Khalids here, so I'll call you Mr. Rawaz. Mr. Rawaz, for Raiso Cement, your clinker and your cement production both were down last year. But you've also been very aggressive with your geographical expansion. You've gone to Madagascar, Zanzibar, Maldives. Just give us an overall feel of the business.
Well, thank you to get you this chance to have a small and quick brief about the expansion. Actually, for Madagascar, East Africa, we are not had that expansion yet. The plan was started 2018 for Raisut. We had acquired at the end of 2019 the Maldives terminal from the government. The next step was going to East Africa and Madagascar, but we got hit by Corona at 2020. And to go to these markets, you need to have long-term shipping contracts, which we already managed to have it, but with the close and the lockdown in most of the countries, we had been hit very badly in these shipping agreements where we had stuck with it. But we have not stopped, actually. We had to continue our in-house work where we got certificates, the Indian API, South African. The toughest one was the CNF, the French specification certificates. We managed to get it even during the pandemic. 2021 was coming slowly. We are going back, but again, we hit with the cost increasing in the the coal prices goes from $80 to $460 in our term. It's a full plant. It's in Ras Al Khaimah, where it's an oxygen for our Suhar plant. In addition to the other costs like the energy, fueling, which is already we had in the country. Actually, Resut, from 2015, the market, we start losing it. 60% of government projects were stopped. Then the plan was to cover this shortfall by exporting. That's why Resut was looking outside Oman. The issue is now we start recovering out of all of this. I think we are in final stages, almost out of the issue itself.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Himanshu, I'm coming to you last because, everyone is involved with or associated with one company. You, in a way, look at a conglomerate. So on one side, you have Altamam has pharmaceuticals, which is a drug manufacturing company. Then the other side, you have also into industrial ferrochrome, which is like a ferrochrome smelter. How has business been from a variegated point of view, from different businesses' point of view?
Okay, good morning to everyone. If you see the last year, 2021, it's just recovering from the COVID and economic slowdown. So if you as a overall as a group, we are quite diversified and it's also severe. Some of our businesses definitely perform better. Some struggle and sustain the slowdown and the COVID. Some got into restructuring and reviving. So overall, it is a better year than the 2020. If you're coming to the manufacturing, I can give two examples, as you suggested now, in terms of Altaman Ensil Ferrochrome. So this is the only one and the first smelter in Oman, and definitely during pandemic, we faced a lot of challenges in procuring our raw material because the pandemic started in China and a majority raw material source was China. So it was a quite struggle to get, and definitely when there is a production stoppage, a lot of issues in terms of overhead and all the costs. So all these challenges were there in the beginning 2020 and continue 2021. But it is we can say it's a savior of the commodity cycle. So if you see the chrome price and every price has increases. And that was a great savior for us. And I will tell 2021 is a phenomenal year for us actually. It's an exceptional and phenomenal year. And hope this continue for some more years also. And in addition to that, in terms of operational improvement and cost optimization and also the supply chain, we also installed the solar energy, which is also optimize and give the energy sustainability. So that will also help that the utility cost, which is the major input cost for our industry, which will stay same or stagnant or it will not increase. So it has a greater benefit to us and to a green energy. The other one is the DMC, the drug manufacturing company, which we produce we produce active pharmaceutical ingredients, cephalosporin, cephizim, and many other products. Those are more export oriented. If you see in overall, the manufacturing who are export oriented, they perform very well in the last few years, actually in the last couple of years. Actually for us also during COVID, we started with all the limitations, all the issues of the movement and everything. And in fact, because there is a logistical issue and everything, we procure our raw material then and at a very lower price. And it's a fortunate the price has gone up. Sure. So we able to manage at selling at a higher price of those products and getting the ride of this cycle of the chemicals are rising. So we are able to get to penetrate lot of Asian and African and Middle Eastern market at a lower price to grab the market when we are beginning our production. So it was a mixed year. It was a good year for certain industry, definitely because of the commodity cycle, and definitely during the pandemic we have tightened our cost estimation, overhead and process flow. So it also given an overall benefit as a group.
Wonderful. So it's about more about cautious optimism. Business has been good. That's the message coming out from. Mr. Ali, we heard about like shipping prices have gone up. There's been a supply chain disruption. As an industry, you're very dependent on grains. And probably no one would want to be in your shoes with the geopolitical situation that we are in right now. How are you negotiating that, and what are the other challenges that you foresee?
Well, that is usually a very tough question for any producer. I mean, usually you will have 2 or 3 main suppliers that usually contain or control 80% of your output. Having said that, I think we do enjoy certain leverages when it comes to Omani manufacturers. We have a very good relationships, across the board with all the neighboring countries. And the producing countries themselves, we usually try to secure these contracts and make them as tight as possible. But, during crisis, this is not really something you can, depend on. Having said that, it's all about planning in my personal point of view. You need to have all of these forecasting upfront. Secure your strategic sources as long as possible, and not having a plan B. I think this is the biggest lesson learned from COVID. You definitely need a plan B all the time. You never know. I don't think anybody in the world was prepared enough for the magnitude and the effective of this pandemic situation across the globe. In our industry specifically, there are options, obviously, and this is basically why you see lots of pressure now being put it on the local farmers themselves to try and raise up to the occasion. Definitely you need to think about local sources. Talking about cost, however, is not really feasible in the beginning of this crisis, but nevertheless, I think the key word is planning. You need to plan ahead at least for 12 months, and then you hope that you will survive.
No, but there's been some concerns about like Oman may run out of grains, but can you assure everyone that you are well provisioned and there is not going to be any disruption in supplies for the next 6 months, 8 months, 1 year?
Yeah, I don't think any crisis is in the horizon. We don't buy grains ourselves. We have Oman Flour Mills, which is the mother company of the group. They have assured in certain occasions that we have a great relationships with India, Australia, Argentina, and across the globe. Actually, I don't think we are in a situation where there is any red flags at the moment.
That's very heartening to hear. Shipping and transportation costs going up probably affects all of you, and I'd like to start with Mr. Awaz. You have kind of discontinued 3 shipping lines. I read in your annual report. What is the way ahead? Because you need to export most of your production. You're saying that the domestic market is kind of drying up. So how are you going to negotiate the increase in costs? How are you going to increase that? The cost of shipping is going up, and there's no local markets are not there. So how are you negotiating that whole thing? What is the plan from here? Because you're exporting to Madagascar, Zanzibar, Maldives, and probably East Africa.
Well, when the rates of shipping goes up, it turns around on the benefit of the producers. Let's say just example for Oman. Those owners of the ships, they have recalled their ships, their vessels, they took it off because they have double prices. From our side, we have turned it around by selling at FOB rates. So, and we got it because the demand is still there. Population, emerging markets in East Africa, Madagascar are increasing. These areas they are in need of the products. Take it from Yemen, especially now coming back to the markets. Yemen, they provide their own. Everyone is ready with the vessels, even with the high prices, even for this, end users. The rates in those markets are very high, and really it's a potential for any producer.
Venkat, supply and demand imbalances is something that you have been grappling with, and the freight cost for the Baltic Dry Index was at a 12-year high last year. Now, what is the way ahead? I mean, how are you going to manage all this?
There's not much you can do about freight rates, especially with oil prices at these levels. I think the only way you can manage that is, for example, we were one of the largest container users in Sohar port. But we've completely moved to break bulk shipments just because it's more cost effective. The other way is tag along shipments with your competition itself so that you're able to bring the per vessel cost down. I think the way is to optimize the cost. Everybody is facing cost increases in the same vertical. For example, all steel suppliers have the same increase in cost. Unfortunately, the end customer pays for it, and some part of it comes from your sales realizations. But hopefully by 2023 mid or 23 end, this pressure should come down. Till then, we have to use the smartest way around and try and optimize our shipment solutions.
Sheikh Khalid, when Duqm was being established, it was always that logistically Oman has a vantage position, and that's what we are trying to leverage on. From Sebastic's point of view, you think that we have unlocked that value?
Well, I think the demand in Duqm as a city is not maybe as high as it should be till now. But we have two options, whether to wait for the demand or to try and create it. So I think the infrastructure should be ready for the demand, because as an investor, if I come to a city and I feel that the infrastructure is not, let's say, fully completed, I would hesitate. Of course, being the first there, we were expecting that some challenges would be there to do with logistics, and we have calculated for that. But yes, I think we should create the demand, and we should be ready for that demand, because as a location, like you have mentioned, it is an amazing location, and it is far away from any troubles. It's in the center of the country itself. So yes.
Himanshu, you are a great votary of Oman's logistical strength and its position. How do you unlock that value? What needs to be done as a great logistics hub, or as a place where people can come and set up businesses and export? Like Khalid said, 1.5 billion people all around you. What needs to be done?
Yeah, the first challenge what everybody talk about, that container thing, as Mr. Venkat told, we cannot do much about it because it is not by us. If you see, it was from 10,000 level, the freight rate in 2020, now still at 7,000 level. So we cannot do much about it. But if you see in the overall equation of the product pricing, maybe the logistic cost depend upon the different industry, sometimes 1% to 2% or 5%. Okay, so if we are competitive in the consumer destination, adding up the logistic cost, still we are fine. So what we have to do is we have to produce in an efficient way or manage our logistic and supply chain such a way, accommodating the container freight price. Still, if we are competitive, we are fine. Maybe we'll make less profit or low profit, but stay in the market actually. Till that time, it revives. Till that time, it's just a matter of time. So what Oman has, definitely it has a great logistical potential, and also the timing. Cost and time, two are crucial factor. We are in the place where we can reach any of the place, maybe maximum 2 weeks time. So that is another advantage. So what do we do? First, we manufacture and export, or trade and value add and export. If we can do that, and we can do into the bulk trading or bulk manufacturing or a mass manufacturing, still per unit cost will be still lower actually. Still we can be competitive. So other than that challenges, which is the leisure, another bigger challenge is for a manufacturing here is the skill gap. Still we are importing manpower. Okay, even if importing manpower, still it is not smooth process. It is still expensive, delay, and that is also affecting the manufacturing sector. We are not able to generate the local resources to cater to the manufacturing. So that constraint will remain even if this logistical constraint, whether the freight rate may disappear in 3 to 4 years. So overall, we need to look at how we can produce in a cost-effective way, so we can take the advantage of the logistic hub here, and we can be the destination of the export.
Just to challenge you in that, as it is, the cost competitiveness of Oman's manufacturing sector is not great. You're saying that you absorb the logistical cost also, and you can still make a profit. Is that a feasible idea? Venkat.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So I'm not saying to absorb, for the temporarily you have to, otherwise you're out of the market. Okay. So what other things we can do to match adapt this cost structure? Because as you're saying, in a final product, what is the logistic cost? Sometime even 1%, sometimes 5% is not a big gap. If somebody put anti-dumping, it is also 10%, 20%, 50%, 30% also. We manage with that. So why not we cannot manage the logistic cost?
Sure. I think Venkat wants to come in here.
I think one thing, you talked about Oman having a logistics positive. I think geographically, Oman has geographic positive in terms of the Duqm port or the Sohar port. But still, you find that it's cheaper to ship out of Jebel Ali, simply because they have created traction in that port, which creates an inward and outward movement. So if Sohar port or Duqm port needs to create that traction, I think for a period of 5 or 10 years, the cost of handling goods in these ports have to be reduced as compared to the other 2 ports there, so that you create a traction. Just having a deep water port geographically very advantageous doesn't help. There has to be some other incentives for people to bring their vessels in. One of the biggest problems we face for containers or vessels in some of the ports in Oman is they prefer to go to the other ports. To entice them to come to Oman ports, we have to pay another $10 or $15 a ton. And as he correctly said, there are some products which can tolerate a much higher freight. The bane of this current logistics issue is, from China, a container, they could pay $60,000 a container. Whereas I can't pay $60,000 a container because my cost of goods is only $700 to $800 a ton. If the freight increases to $300, $400, my shipping is finished. Whereas somebody who's selling PlayStation from China can afford it. It's not a big deal. So the authorities need to be conscious of this and create attraction in a very planned fashion.
But this is a global or international problem. There's only so much that the authorities can do here. I mean, you're not controlling all the variables.
You can reduce the handling charges in the port. Every dollar makes a difference. You can reduce the handling charges in the port. There are some documentation charges in the port. There are so many things you can do. It's just not container freight alone.
Cynthia, you have a larger problem. One is copper is basically absorbed by the electricity industry. So there's an energy transition going on. So you're moving from kind of fossil fuel-based generation to renewables. And on the other hand, people are also moving from copper to aluminum. So how are you negotiating these two things? I mean, is there a larger plan for the future?
Absolutely, yes. We have to consider that speed and resilience in this case are helping us very much as 2 big ingredients to face this unpredictable world on one side. From the other side, it's true, we are immersed in the energy transition, and our cable definitely can be considered one of the most relevant assets in order to give power to a more sustainable grid. There is a world changing, there is a raw material price increase that in our case affected as well as the logistic cost. It's clear that in this case, whatever is reducing our cost was extremely important, starting from design to cost. And I think that the switch copper to aluminum is going in this sense. And we are fully ready to do our part. But I think also that important investment in new technology, as we are adopting now, is helping in facilitating this energy transition, thinking on the capability that we are now introducing to produce solar cable, and acceding to a larger community that we have all around the world as Prysmian Group, to have the opportunity really to support all kinds of industry in order to candidate to really support this green product. We have to introduce a system which is fostering new opportunity for the entire world, but also supporting the green economy.
Mr. Ali, I'm coming to you. Because I know we're running short of time, so let me club 2 questions. So one is, manufacturing is also supposed to be a contributor to Oman Vision 2040. We heard in the morning saying that this is a sector where the expectations are the largest in terms of GDP contribution. One is that, second is the multiplier effect. Now, yes, you want to touch upon shipping costs, but how do we unlock the value of the sector to contribute to Oman's GDP in the next 20 years, 15 years?
Well, to answer two questions in one answer, I would argue that even during a visit for Professor Michael Porter, who wrote the book Competitiveness of Nations, he visited Oman in early 2000. And the key lesson from that lecture, 2 days seminar, was talking about acting together as a sector. Today, each manufacturer, if you take it on a granular level, competition one-to-one, I don't think we really stand a chance against players from China. But if you take on the macro level, the industry in Oman, and that's why we have people here from Oman Manufacturing Association, and this event itself is an act on the same line. You need to have this on a macro level, where the government is the facilitator, and there is nothing wrong with taking even drastic measures during drastic times. We have seen players and nations around the world protecting their national industries, pushing the envelope a little bit further when it comes to costing, shipping, handling, whether logistics, legislations, so on and so forth. But if we want to have a real growth in GDP related to manufacturing, you can't leave this to the forces of the free market alone, not during pandemics. Free market operates perfectly when normal situations are on the rise. But when it comes to drastic measures, we have seen players around the world, nations.
But you can't be protectionist either. It's an open economy, and that's the way you need to be competitive.
True. There's nothing wrong of standing in between. We have seen nations in the West and in the East taking what is necessary to protect their national industries. And I don't think we are violating any national laws or international laws in doing so. But having said that, I think the point here, you have to act on a macro level rather than on a micro level, and leave these strong organizations to face competition without some sort measurements in place. And this is my argument.
Oh, no, wonderful. Yeah, Sheikh Khalid, how do we kind of, like, the potential is there, but how do we harness that?
Well, like the speaker from KMA was saying, time is money. I think we have to be proactive to solve the problems that we have and to deal with it. We have big potential. We can access that potential, but it's just by collaborating together.
Sure. But why do you need the government to facilitate this? All of you have a manufacturers association, all of your industry leaders, you can form your own organization. So just a quick rebuttal on that.
Well, that is true to a certain extent, but during the housing mortgage crisis in the States, you see governments stepping in and bailing multi-billion-dollar companies and manufacturers as well. We are not really talking about the normal circumstances. When COVID hit it, nobody anticipated the magnitude of the effect. You have airlines went out of business for a couple of years. If government doesn't step into these kind of situations, then why do you need a facilitator? I'm not saying that we should throw away the free market. Free economics always will prevail, but definitely certain drastic times needs drastic measures. And handling charges, for example, it has been thrown, and this is very true. You're talking about certain taxes, certain wages, and certain charges that has been pushed up or down. You need to act collectively for this symphony or orchestra to play the song of nationalism. You have to have coordination, and this is what we are saying.
Any thoughts on that, Himanshu? You agree
Yes.
or disagree with the whole proposition?
Yes, I think that it's clear that 2040 vision is a great opportunity for the country, and I would like to spend also some word is a great opportunity also for companies. And we are here to participate. I think there is a huge part of the industry which is ready to participate to this opportunity. Surely we need to attract investment, and we need to understand how an investment is preferable here and not elsewhere. This is extremely important. We need to identify the enablers that can support us in investing in a country or in another. Surely the capability to create value through innovation has a cost. to be able to create value through local talent has an opportunity, but also as a cost, is an investment, definitely. And to be able to identify the growth through a sustainability approach is requiring, again, investment in green product, in the new technology that has to be, for sure, also incentivized in some way.
So no easy answer. Anyone wants to have a question from the audience, please let us know. We have mics there, and we can get them to you. Himanshu, yes, please.
Yeah, as you're saying for 2040 vision, means if you see in the currently manufacturing contribute a little more than 10% of the GDP. And if you look at it, if you aim for 2040 vision, means if the next 10 years, at least if you target 15% contribution to GDP, it's a big task. Okay, it is not only the government, it's all private company and everybody is a combined challenge to achieve it. And if you look at is out of this GDP contribution, what is FDI? FDI is roughly 50% kind of a thing. FDI is in manufacturing maybe around 1.6 billion, whereas the total manufacturing is around 3.2 billion. So 50%. So what we do to achieve that big massive target? So as Mr. Khalid also mentioned, here the manufacturing is scattered, small to big. So first thing you have to do is what is existing here to make the upgrade. There are a lot of technologies outdated. To support, incentivize them to upgrade, to make it as economic scale to viable and to add to the economy. So that is the first thing. What is the incentive for them? Any business cycle, if it doesn't grow, it has a cycle. It has grow, stagnant, decline. Unless until you intervene in technology, product or market, it will decline. So we have to incentivize those promoters to upgrade it with the new technology, new market, new innovation, so it will survive and contribute. That is for the existing. Similarly, for the new, how to attract FDIs, how to attract new investors actually. And also, are we available with the right resources to support this manufacturing growth actually? Are we have the right skill set to support this manufacturing growth? Whether we have the in-house people, whether we have the local people available to train. And how to, we are doing in terms of the clustering also. We are doing the free economic zone and a lot of places trying to clustering, but still clustering in the real sense has not come.
Sure.
And
yeah, please.
Yeah. At the same time, if you say we are all doing but not still achieve, we are promoting age of doing business, but right now age of doing business is setting up a company. But we also want one-stop shop, which I think under process, to get all the approvals, all the environmental, operational approvals, manpower approvals, everything
that's
at
in place
one-stop
already.
shop.
The one-stop shop is in place.
It is placed, but still it is taking time. It is not as quick as it is expected, as the investor expected, where the foreign investors expected. It's not that. Similarly, the promotion government is doing, but it has to be a collaborative effect from the private sector and the government sector authority to promote where could be to show the interest. The private sector have to put a seed capital or something, some way we have to promote it well to bring that kind of FDI to double or triple in the next 5 years. Then only maybe we can achieve those kind of a target actually.
Okay. Mr. Nawaz, when you look at Raisut Cement, you play a very, very important role in the economy because with Oman Cement, you are the two big players here. Now, on one hand, your clinker production has gone down by almost 13-14%. Cement production has gone down by 7 or 8% in the last 1 year. But infrastructure and construction spending in the region is also going up now. They're saying that from 110 billion in 2021 is going to, it's going from 75 billion in 2020 to 110 billion, or probably more. And obviously with oil prices, things seem to be looking up. I mean, how are you going to capitalize on this?
Well, first of all, nothing comes yet. They have announced only. It's a project where a plan already planned, but not yet been awarded or not been had come to the real. We are ready. Our production can be returned back to the 100% at any moment. When there is a real need in the market, we are ready to supply the market, and we can go back to the 100% production. We maintain our plans on monthly basis to be ready for the market to pick. During this time, as we said, we lost over 65% of our market share. We are talking about north and south. When we say now north, we are talking about Sohar Cement, which is 100% owned by Raisut, and we are talking about Sarala Balad, and also we lost in 2017 our terminal in Sultan Qaboos Port when they have converted to tourism. Now it looks it's going back to be partially commercial. From the company side, we are ready whenever the market comes. But
What about your clinker? You're setting up a new grinding unit in Dukum. I mean, how is that shaping up?
well, Duqm, we are maintaining it in a slow process. So at least because there is no market for it. Instead of going aggressively, we had slow it down till we see the market comes to that area.
Great. Any questions from the audience? Any questions? Because we will be going into the last round of questions.
I-
Anyone who wants to ask a question?
I have a question here.
Yeah, here, please.
That is specifically to the industry leaders. Specific question to Oman Cables. I was very happy to listen to the explanation of switching over from copper cables to aluminum cables. And it would definitely help the cost reduction, capital cost reduction. Is Oman Cables also, as a part of its initiative, trying to make the government aware that switching on from medium voltage and low voltage copper cables to aluminum cables would substantially reduce the investment costs for even the industries who are coming into the country as well as the power companies? So is it also a part of your initiative of telling the government that yes, this is the studies and this could really reduce the cost? Because in the last presentation I saw, one of the focus what CEOs were mentioning is we are not using technology effectively. But if we use this also as a part of our initiative, as industry leaders you are, then government may realize that using aluminum cables would be a lot more cheaper in supplying power than the copper cables.
Sure. Yeah.
Your comment,
Cynthia,
please.
Cynthia, please respond.
Very clear question. We have experienced this transition all around the world. I'm not very young of the cable business. I started in 2005 when this transition was very clear and ongoing in Italy. It is a long process. It is clear that we are ready to do our part to support. We have in front big utility, very experienced, very knowledgeable, who knows exactly what that means also in terms of long life assessment for the copper versus aluminium. So we are always ready to do our part and to support, but we have in front good stakeholders, very, very knowledgeable, who knows exactly what it has to be done and what most probably is already planned for the future.
Mr. Nair, your question has been replied to? Yeah, okay, we'll get you a mic right now. In the meanwhile, Venkat, this figure I picked up from your last year's annual report about spending going up. Yeah, please, Mr.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
So, like you rightly said, yes, all over the world, everybody has shifted from copper to aluminum. Our question was, have you approached the government and the utility companies to try and save money for the government? Because there are so many power lines in the country, and you as one of the largest cable manufacturers can tell the government now switch from copper to aluminum.
We are dealing, we are discussing, we have in front very big professionals that know exactly. This switch is not done all over the world. There are countries that prefer to stay on copper, some other that are switching to aluminium. In some specialities, copper is still there, in some other is aluminium. So we cannot speak about a complete switch immediate.
Sure. Come back next year, Mr. Nair. We'll have a firmer answer at our manufacturing segment. Yeah, Venkat, things seem to be looking up. I mean, with oil prices being at these levels, spending going up, I mean, you couldn't wish for more. You already made highest profits in 20 years. Probably it's going to be all hunky-dory.
This year is not going to be easy, Mayank.
Okay.
It went the commodity market went up like a rocket and it has come down like a rocket. So geopolitics also plays a very important role. Last year, in spite of the pandemic, there was a fantastic commodity cycle. But this year, things have been pretty bad. Till June, till May it was okay, but the next 3 months is going to be rough. Also because on the back of easy money, there was a lot of projects, construction, everything which went on in the 2 years in spite of COVID. But this year, as somebody was saying, I think Naveen was pointing out in his thing, all the governments have taken steps to curb inflation, interest rate increases, everything. If not recession, at least there's going to be a slowdown in all the economies. And we are a steel-based industry which relies on construction and fixed asset investment. So we are going to face some headwinds this year. But as a company, we are rooted on some basic fundamentals, which is keep the ears to the ground, be agile, be everything. So we will ride the storm, which is there. But it's not going to be certainly as good as last year.
Mr. Ali, your neighbor seems to be a bit pessimistic. What are your thoughts? Looking ahead, do you think things are going to get better, worse?
I'm not pessimistic. I'm being realistic.
Realistic, yeah, okay.
Well, usually, I mean, hope is your best friend going forward. Definitely, we're optimistic. I think this is the rebound of the pandemic effect. It was anticipated, but nobody anticipated the magnitude. Having said that, I think there are countermeasures you can do. You can open new markets. You can start, building an ecosystem around what you do. For us, at least the forecast looks good.
Okay. Yeah. Anyone from the audience want to share their thoughts? We heard two sides of the picture, one being more realistic and cautious, and Mr. Ali being upbeat. I mean, any thoughts you could share with us? Cynthia, how does the year look ahead? I mean, 2022, 2023?
I also want to be a bit optimistic and say that the new geopolitical situation after COVID is introducing most probably an extra opportunity for this country if we will be able to really focus on our competitiveness. I think that we can candidate for many products this country to become a second hub for Europe. This is happen only if we will be able to introduce very high quality standard in many of the products.
Sheikh Khalid, you are expanding into nylons and sebacic esters. So obviously you do see a market and you see that there is business potential. So what are your thoughts on that? Why are you investing in new lines of business?
Well, right now we are exporting our end products, which are used as a raw material in, let's say, Europe and US and other countries. And we think that we could market Oman as a hub for more downstream products that use sebacic acid as the main raw material, and to use our location, because most of these products, let's say the raw material would go from Oman, would go all the way to US, Europe, and then it will be exported back to this region. So if we can, cut down on the logistics and use the incentives that we have here in our free zones and the location, then we could develop much faster.
If anyone, because we'll be closing now, any thoughts, comments, please let us know. Mr. Rawaz, how does the year look ahead? I mean, does it look promising, better, worse?
Well, if the same cost, which is, it looks it's increasing. No expectation of any progress in this, unless there is a real approach to the consumer protection. Either it's a government support, either there is some increase for the selling rates, either in Oman or outside Oman. Outside Oman is totally different. I think all of us, we share the same manufacturing. We are exporting. We are sharing the flagship. We are so proud to have the flagship of the country, and we are bringing a foreign currency. We would like to have for the market, local market, we'd like to have some understanding from the government that there should be some recapping the local rates. This is what we accept. Okay. But with the increasing with the cost, situation will continue the same.
Himanshu, you're also a finance professional. Interest of tightening rates happening worldwide, and Venkat spoke about it. Do you think that it's going to be difficult to fund new projects, or do you think there's adequate financing in the market?
Yeah, if you see current look at it in terms of global scenario and comparison to Oman, globally if you see to curb the inflation means which is going to be closer to the double digit, so that's why they're all increasing interest rate, the cost of funding is increasing. Still in Oman, okay, though they are following the tandem, but still it's not that expensive, which was maintaining on the similar rate, but how long we do not know, okay. So this increasing inflation and increasing interest rate will definitely affect the global growth. So there could be a probable situation of recession, or could be there is a technical recession already in US and other places. So it could impact definitely Middle East. If you say historically, the Oman and Middle East is always a lagging indicator. Is always the global crisis happen, then slowly it impact the Middle Eastern market. But as long as oil is up, commodity is up, still we have the spending power, we have the public expenditure. We stay tuned, we stay positive, we stay investment. Because this is not for short term, it's for long term. If you now we have the money, we have to invest for the future. Okay, if you have available resources and we can maintain the cost of funding on future, we should stay invested for the future, for a brighter future. We are just recovering. We should be positive and optimistic, but to be cautious what is happening globally and around us.
Okay. We'll close the session. Yeah, please.
One thing, as he said, probably we're in a technical recession. If the company has money, if it has deep pockets, I think this is the right time to invest, because there will be another cycle of upward movement after a year and a half. So if you are invested in the next 1-2 years, I think you will be there to reap the benefits after 2 years.
Okay, that's good. So are you investing? You have the money?
We will talk about that later.
Yeah, we'll just close this session. Everyone, please tell me in 30 seconds or 1 minute, one suggestion that you want to leave with. I know all of you have been saying this is not happening, that's not happening. But give me one suggestion, one thing which is, let's end on a positive note. What would be your suggestion to the sector or to the government? Sheikh Khalid, you can start with.
I would like to take the advice of Mr. Khalid Al-Ansari that, to have, let's say, a small team that is proactive and that would look into the problems of manufacturers. And that has to be solved within 24, 48 hours and be prompt. That's the main advice.
So government body, Venkat?
I think we had a discussion some 2-3 years back with the Ministry of Commerce. I think there has to be a star rating for the industries in terms of localization, in terms of technology, in terms of productivity, and then depending on the star rating, they treat them slightly differently. So that there is incentive to performance.
Sure. Mr. Ali, any suggestions, recommendations?
I would recommend that you adopt the mentality of a blue ocean strategy, rather than just being on your own horizon, thinking about your own struggles. If you step up a little bit and even try meeting your competitors, that might open the opportunities, as far as I know, for so many opportunities and synergies. We were talking to certain competitors where we can go to customers together. And the collaborative mindset is not easy, especially with the manufacturers. And I think you have to adopt, and adaptation is very important.
Sure. Cynthia?
I think that we are at the right place in the right time. With 2040 vision, we have the opportunity to boost the vitality of the country, to boost the vitality of our manufacturing industry, while open up to new perspective, to increase the capability to innovate, but also to resist the unexpected.
I'll go to Mr. Rawaz and then come to you, Himanshu. I'll give you the last word. So, yeah, please, Mr. Rawaz.
Well, simply, I think government, if you give real competitive support rates on fuel and energy, no issue of increasing royalty and taxation, no matter whatever. If I go back to the profit, we have no issue to increase our taxation and our royalty to the government, which is at least to be there from between 5 to 10 years, just to get out of all of the obstacles which we already been faced for the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, Himanshu, please.
Yeah, if you ask me the one suggestion, then the only one suggestion is we should develop one long-term manufacturing development debt fund, which is not there. Suppose just like in SME, there would be, but for the long-term manufacturing, the large-scale manufacturing, there is no incentive for investors to come. There are a lot of investors are ready. If we don't believe in our economy, we don't put our own money in a debt, not taking risk, then why other investors will put? We should show, like all other emerging and developing countries, they have created that the scheme where the investors come, the government put the debt fund, which are long-term, subsidized, and it gives sustain and support the manufacturing and growth. So far, there are so many equity funds developed by the government or the quasi-government or the private, but there is no debt fund supporting the growth. So that is very much required. And we bring the entrepreneurs, we bring the manufacturers outside who put the risk capital. Let's the in-house, the country in-house support the debt funding, which is long-term. That can give the benefit to the whole country and everybody.
Great, thank you. I think there is kind of optimism, but it's guarded. And I think the industry still has its challenges. And looking forward, they're looking at government support, and I hope it happens. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the panelists?
Thank you very much, Ms. Mayank Singh and the panel. While they're having a group photo, we're going to be having a coffee and networking break right now. Please come back. Now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mr. Patrick Kabashi, I hope I said that right, Executive Director of Digital Operations at INC Invention Center. Mr. Kabashi has been helping companies innovate in the context of Industry 4.0 since its inception. I'm sure he's going to be mentioning a lot of great gems for our brains to actually digest. He is responsible for Industry 4.0 activities of INC Invention Center, a spin-off of Fraunhofer IPT and RWTH Aachen University. While at Fraunhofer Institute for Production Technology from 2013 to 2018, he has been part of one of the first international benchmarks on global framework conditions for Industry 4.0 with significant impact on the furthest development of the trend. Mr. Kabashi has advised over 50 companies in setting up their Industry 4.0 strategies and roadmap and has driven their implementation in various industries. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Kabashi on stage.
Thank you very much. Good day, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and an honor to be able to speak to you here and tell you a few notes on how, in our experience, Industry 4.0 can be introduced in a way to add value to your manufacturing companies throughout Oman and globally. In the latest talks and in the panel discussions, we have been hearing a lot about recent changes. We've been hearing about effects of, for instance, COVID, of supply chain disruptions. Now, these are, of course, big trends which led to big changes. But in manufacturing, we tend to have a lot of changes every day, even more so in a dynamic world as we are now. We might not have the material we need in order to start a production order. We might face a situation that we don't have certain personnel available because of sickness, and countless other things which go different than we expect, make replanning necessary, make decision-making on the spot necessary. That's what I'm going to talk about when it comes to Industry 4.0. And let's see a bit where this trend has come from and why it is markedly different from the traditional ways in which manufacturing has improved, but in our opinion is exactly what serves to overcome the challenges which we have in manufacturing in the 21st century, namely a much more dynamic world. If we look back at previous manufacturing revolutions, the first industrial revolution has availed us of power in order to use that power to manufacture goods, power which was not brought by animals or by people themselves. So it has availed us of steam power in order to be able to create things which before took a very long time or were even impossible. Then the second industrial revolution, with the availability mostly of the electric motor, allowed us to stretch that power. Before, we were able to harness power at a central location where we had a steam machine. Now with the second industrial revolution, with electric motors, we were able to put production into lines. The assembly line was born, and with it the supply chain, because we were able to cut these lines at places where it makes sense and make sure that every company could focus on what it does best. So while before it was about making sure that we could create something in the first place in a stable way, now everything was about output. We wanted to have much more. We wanted to have as many Model T cars as were possible in a given time in order to reach the age of mass production. The third industrial revolution led to higher productivity mostly in the sector of blue-collar work. So while before it was still needed for humans to very directly observe every single process step, even though it may have been done using a motor, using a machine tool, and so forth, now with the invention of two crucial things, one which is very widely used, one which is maybe not used everywhere at this moment, the PLC, the programmable logic controller, and the robot, we were able to automate production and make certain processes workable without constant supervision. But the goal was still to make things more productive in a stable and constant setting. This is where Industry 4.0 comes in and is a paradigm change in thinking how we make decisions in a factory. Before, we were trying to optimize how a production runs when everything runs as it should. And that is still a goal, and that is still what we strive to do when it comes to using lean methodologies, using Six Sigma and so forth, making sure that we avoid unnecessary disruptions, unnecessary instabilities. But we have to realize that in a production today, we have instabilities which we cannot influence. We have market demands, we have supply chain changes, we have other kinds of externalities which lead us to replan. And that is exactly what Industry 4.0 does. It connects everything so that we can do decisions faster. Ultimately, this will lead to all new production concepts. What you see here is a modular car assembly. This does not have a line anymore. Every individual car is brought to different stations where different processes are applied as is needed for that specific car. Now, this is not something you see everywhere, but these factories actually exist. For high-end cars, this is the new way of building a factory. And slowly, this technology is getting more affordable and more usable in other settings. But that may be the future of Industry 4.0. What is the present and what is what we can all use in our factories as of today and which many companies have done. We've seen the number that only 2% of companies have thoroughly introduced smart manufacturing at that time, and I would fully agree from what I see. But I can also say that I would say at least 20% of companies at this point have successfully implemented a part of it which creates substantial value. It may not be the full implementation which we see in the visions like this, but it is something which adds value on a day-to-day basis. And that's what we are focusing on at the Invention Center to help companies deliver actual value to their day-to-day operations with a step-by-step introduction of Industry 4.0. So Industry 4.0 is not just automation. Automation helps us work in a stable process. Industry 4.0 complements that by allowing us to work in dynamic settings without losing efficiency. Now, how does that work? Well, let's think of something we all use on a daily basis, namely our smartphone. Now, when I came here, I experienced, again, it's not the first time this year, that the transport system isn't what it used to be. So my flight here was canceled. I was rebooked on a different flight. I had to arrange everything. Now, how would that have worked 15 years ago? 15 years ago, I would have needed to make a lot of phone calls to even find this out in the first place and arrange things in a pretty complex way. Today, I have a smartphone. And that smartphone has 4 crucial technologies which enable a much swifter reaction to such situations. The first, it has sensors. It's got a GPS sensor so it knows where I am. It also has the ability to connect to other systems. It has the ability to connect to my calendar. It has the ability to connect to traffic systems, to the airline system. The third is it has a capacity to analyze what is happening. So it can tell me, okay, right now the airline has said that you will be rebooked. Your next appointment is at that time. Are you going to reach it or not? And it's able to communicate with me in order to tell me what I should do now. technically, the smartphone would be able to perform any changes by itself. My smartphone could easily rebook my flights by itself. Would I want it to do so? No. Because I still want to get options and I still want to see whether they fit into everything else. That is exactly the same thing which we see in factories around the world right now. Technically, Industry 4.0 technologies which are available would allow you to have a production scheduling, a larger scale planning together with the material planning, with shift planning, etc., all done automatically. But in most cases, there's just too many factors coming into play here. And as Naveen has said before, reducing the human out of the picture in production rarely is really successful. Rather, it's about making sure that humans can focus on where their talents lie, and that's not so much repeatable things, and that's not so much information gathering. So how can we use those same technologies to get the same level of information which we're all used in our daily lives into the factory? Well, we need to have an overview about what's happening in our production, in our supply chain, in our supporting processes in real time. We need to be able to track things. We need to be able to analyze what different factors mean. What will be the impact on our productivity? What will be the impact on times, on costs, if we now make certain changes? And for that, we need an infrastructure in our factory which basically comprises of those same 4 technologies. We need sensors to know what is going on. We need connectivity to make sure that everything works together in one connected system and not in the automation islands, as mentioned by Naveen. We need analysis to tell us what is the effect of a certain decision, and we need output to interact with humans, because ultimately, if everybody is making decisions only by their gut feeling or by best practices on a piece of paper, no system is going to help us at all. Now, what happens if, and a lot of companies do that, we only listen to what technologies do we need to get to this smart manufacturing? We need to put sensors into everything. We need to connect everything. Well, what happens is what happened at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas around 2018. And what happened was that the smart toaster was introduced. That's a $200 device which basically makes toast just as good as any other toaster, but has an app for it. That doesn't solve a problem. So if we introduce Industry 4.0, we should not listen to the technologies we need and start putting sensors everywhere, start connecting everything using RFID on every single location we find. We need to think about what is our problem and what do we solve with it. Industry 4.0 is not just automation, but it's also not just adding sensors to everything. Now, what we see very often in practice is what we call the Hannover Messe syndrome, from the biggest trade fair on industrial goods in Germany, the Hannover Messe. Finally, it has taken place again a few weeks ago after a 2-year break due to COVID. When you go to the Hannover Messe, you see a large amount of gadgets. You see collaborative robots. You see dashboards powered by AI looking very scientific. And also, you see control centers for productions which look like Star Wars. And of course, people go through it and say, okay, we want to have that. But what they don't see is the infrastructure you need to put in to make all of this work. Because unlike a robot or an automation point, which you can, after a decent analysis, put into one specific place and it actually will create a benefit, Industry 4.0 only benefits if you think it through and you implement it in your whole company. You need to have transparency about goods as they flow through your production. You need to have transparency about your materials, about your assets, about your people. If you lack one of them, you're not going to begin. How do you make a valuable application of smart manufacturing? This example here is a very commonly found use case where you have legacy machines which may be 30, 40 years old, where the manufacturer of the machine may not even be in business anymore, and even less so, of course, the automation partner who installed it. Now you have some experts in your maintenance team who know how to work with that machine and can literally listen to it and fix any problem in a minute. What happens if they're on leave or if they're sick? well, probably the other members of the maintenance team would take hours or days to fix the problem, leading to a long standstill. Very simple. You can use a classic tablet, you can use a smart device like an AR glass in order to make a video conference with the maintenance expert to show him what exactly is your technician seeing. The expert can draw on the screen, show, okay, this is what you need to do, and the problem gets fixed in 5 minutes, even though your expert may be on vacation halfway around the world. It's the kind of technology which is put to a use which people understand and which people want to learn. But very often what is done in productions today when introducing smart manufacturing is just looking for what's most shiny and what looks most like Hollywood movies. That unfortunately does not add value. At the Invention Center, what we use is a framework called the Smart Navigator to make sure companies start introducing Industry 4.0 from the value, then thinking about how to use that value to reduce costs and increase revenues, then select, okay, what do we need to do? And usually, it's not just in production. Usually, we also have to change things in support processes. We need to change things, how we work together with suppliers, sometimes even make changes to our product. And only then selecting the technologies we need for it in order to have the cheapest infrastructure cost for the best benefit. Now, already a long time ago, in 2015, PricewaterhouseCoopers made a survey of what companies want to gain using smart manufacturing the most. And the main idea is that planning, controlling, flexibility are the main topics which companies see as being drivers of future potential. So we've talked a lot about increasing blue-collar productivity when we've talked about automation, but how do we increase productivity of white collars? How do we reduce waste, which happens because people are literally putting things into an Excel? And that's what happens in most companies right now. So we see that topics like production planning, documentation, reporting, which we need more and more because of changing situations, because of compliance requirements, and also because of quicker product life cycles, quicker time to market, which is needed, changing market requirements, is done by working with complex Excels. So sometimes there are companies where if we count everything together, there's 20, 30 people whose only job is filling in Excels, which somebody had defined before, mingling things around. Now, the very obvious thing is that this takes time, and that's actually wasted time because it can be automated. But the much more important thing is that all this time it takes to change this Excel is time lost in making a quick decision to fix a problem. And that is what we can gain if we use Industry 4.0 technology. It gives us the relevant information instantly, like our smartphone, and allows us to make a best decision without waiting. And we've heard before, time is money. Time in a situation where we need to make a decision is a lot of money because it reduces waste. There are usually 4 steps if we have any kind of change in a situation in our factory where we lose money. The first is we need to find out about it. Maybe we have a tool which has deteriorated to a point of making scrap. So first we need to find out that we have a problem. Then we need to find out what causes the problem, so in this case that it's the tool. Then we need to find out how can we fix that problem, and then we need to decide on it and implement it. All the time we spend for this, we are producing scrap or having to stop our line. So especially the first 2 parts, making sure that we know about the problem in a much quicker way and that we know what causes it. These are the 2 things which today are very possible with Industry 4.0 for most companies with proper planning. In the first step, by having the visibility about what goes on in real time, not having OEE reports at the end of the week or maybe at the end of the day with a lot of Excel mapping, but having them in real time, seeing immediately if there's a drop in yield. And then why are things happening? That's where data analytics comes in. We're not talking about very sophisticated machine learning or AI. We're talking about fairly simple but automated data analytics, which tells us the last time we've had that problem, it was caused by this die, Maybe let's take a look at that die now. And basically, what digital technology in industry can help us with is reducing these times by making this information available to us as quickly as we're used to in our daily lives on a smartphone. I would like to show you some Industry 4.0 applications which we see in wide use today and which have helped companies in various industries already now, if used correctly, before going very briefly into some of the challenges and how we can overcome them. The first one is having what we call a learning organization, seeing in real time what things go wrong and why, and fixing them. That basically means having an overview about your KPI, not in reports which are created manually and which you have available a few days later, but in dashboards which are available to your employees during a shift. Think of it like the dashboard of your car. You can immediately react to being too fast or being too slow because you see it on your dashboard. It's not that at the end of your car drive, you get an Excel report telling you how fast you were. You get that information immediately as you drive so you can correct. But if we look at what happens in most of our factories, we get an Excel report at the end, and we're supposed to optimize based on that. So now we have technology to do that in a much better, more intuitive way. But Industry 4.0 can help us not only in this area, it can help us in almost every area of value creation in a factory. One thing which has been taken up in the beginning of Industry 4.0 most quickly was optimizing maintenance. So why do we always want to change a certain tool after 2,000 hours? Just because sometimes we did a study, and that study said that after 2,000 hours, that's roughly the time which is safe to use that tool. Afterwards, we should change it. But maybe we're wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars on tools because we're changing them too quickly. Well, with Industry 4.0, we can attach sensors to certain processes to see, are they really deteriorating? Are we getting, for instance, unusual vibration patterns from pumps, rotating machinery? If so, yes, then we should probably fix them. If not, well, why not use the tools a little bit longer? Or the other way around, if we have a process where we always have a problem with breakdowns, we can monitor it in order to identify those breakdowns early enough to react before we have a breakdown. Order tracking and scheduling is an important factor if we have customers who demand low lead times and frequent changes in product orderings. So classically, due to all of these Excels we have, once we send an order to our production, it's basically impossible to change it without somebody putting a flashing blue light on top of their head, running through the factory with a clipboard and talking to a lot of people to change things now. In Germany, for instance, what we often have is the literal red order sheet. So literally, if something changes urgently, an order sheet will be printed on a red piece of paper to be flowing through the factory. Well, it works, but it's of course not ideal. With Industry 4.0, if we can get rid of these Excel files for planning, because we have them in one consistent system, all we need to do is take a look at what changes if we update the sequence as we need and counteract any bad effects. And immediately everybody knows what they're doing. We've talked about the difficulty in getting talent for manufacturing, and I would say this is global. Many, especially young people, don't want to work in manufacturing because it's perceived as being a job which might not be there in the future due to automation. So what we see is that there is a need to make sure that people can work in manufacturing and perceive it as value-adding, and also that we prevent mistakes being done by people who may not be experts in their field anymore. And that's exactly what we can do with operator assistance. So with Industry 4.0, even if we have a factory with a lot of changeovers, with different bill of materials, different SOPs, sometimes changing 10 times per day, we can use, for instance, displays as well as wearables to help people understand what do I need to do now. To give you a few examples in different extremes, at major car makers in Germany, wearables are used to give a vibration signal to an operator if a very unusual configuration is coming. So 9 out of 10 cars, okay, they know what to do, but there's this one car where there's a very unusual option selected, so it's immediately signaled to the operator so they know, okay, I need to spend a bit more attention on this one to get it right. The other way around, I've been working with factories in China, which have been doing loads of different products for different customers with very different steps each time. So they are using screens to show the exact instructions for this particular product to their employees and having checks afterwards to see that it's done right. With Industry 4.0, basically, we can reduce the time we need for training because we can install safeguards in the process that people are doing the right thing. Process optimization, of course, is what we also want to do because we want to reduce the waste of the actual process. Of course, this year, the big thing everybody talks about is energy management. So how can we reduce the input we need for the process? Well, a lot of times this is about tinkering with process parameters in a way to get an optimum setting for different circumstances. As humans, we can do that, and of course, the more expert somebody is, the better they can do that. What a digital system in the background can do is take millions, billions of different configurations, run them through a simulator, and choose the optimal one for each particular situation. Still better to have a human expert look at it and see whether it makes sense, because such systems are not perfect, but they do give a much better and much quicker feedback as to what to do. That just as a few applications of Industry 4.0 which work great in practice if used wisely, and I would say from our experience, they work great in more than 2% of factories already now, even if I totally agree that only 2% of factories, if so many, would be at the full Industry 4.0 ideal. So the way to that is pick the ones you need and get the infrastructure in order to make them work. But where are the challenges along the way? Well, the first challenge is strategy. So many companies right now lack the expertise to know what do we really need. And as a result of that, they build white elephants. I've seen a lot of factories where collaborative robots were put in place which literally slowed down the process, but they looked nice to make a customer demonstration. Or AI dashboards where, looking at it, one thinks, okay, this could be done without AI in a tenth of the time better. We need to have a very clear strategy what we want to achieve using Industry 4.0. We need to know what's the simplest technology to use then, which is still future-proof. We need to make sure our people can work with it because any system helping a decision only helps so much as the one in the end making the decision is able to understand what the system says and adapt to it. We need to make sure that our suppliers are good enough in working together with us because if we have traceability data in our own production, but we don't get any data from our suppliers, it doesn't really help us in many cases. And then, of course, well, for calculating the ROI of a robot, all you need to do is calculate how many hours do you put in with a human worker, what are the defect rates which you have due to human operation, how much does the robot cost in procurement, how much does it cost in operating, and you can make a pretty sound business plan. That is much harder to do for a digital system, and Naveen already showed the way there with the lean startup approach of first piloting, but then decisively scaling after you learn. And that's exactly the business model we also need to look at. How are we going to use Industry 4.0 not just as an isolated way to overcome one particular challenge, but to really position ourselves better for the future? What we see is that Industry 4.0 mostly adds value if we do it over the whole company. It has to be driven by top management. It's not something we can give to a production department or to individual departments to start with. Yes, we can make some quick pilots, but we need to have a clear strategy. We need to define clear KPI, which we want to improve with it, and build teams around those KPI rather than around the technologies we want to implement. And in the end, we need to see that Industry 4.0 doesn't work as an island. Many companies do that, but then at some point they ask themselves, what was the benefit? If we want Industry 4.0 to work, we have to think of our connections between our own departments but also where do we need information from our suppliers, from other ecosystem partners, transport providers, accounting providers, and so forth, as well as even from our customers. We have to think all of this through to come up with a good implementation which actually works for us. That's exactly what we have helped several companies with, so I can say with confidence, if you do Industry 4.0 right, you can greatly benefit from it. I've worked with companies who had an overall efficiency increase of over 20 percentage points by the use of Industry 4.0. I've worked with companies whose primary goal was time to market, or in one particular case, time to quote, which could be halved. In other markets, we've worked with companies where it was about not just offering a product, but actually building a business model around the product, where it could be differentiated how quick the customer needed a product and price it differently. Again, this works great with Industry 4.0 if you have an integrated scheduling system. So the benefits you can reap are there. The important thing is defining clearly what you want and then building a stable infrastructure to do it and not focus on the shiny things, the visions, which you see in brochures, in visions around Industry 4.0. So I'll be happy to explore the way there together with you and together with the team from SSA in the workshop in the afternoon. I'd be very glad to see you there, and I'm more than happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward to see you in the afternoon.
A quick thing, Patrick here. Patrick here. Why is the adoption so low when Naveen said only 2% even in North America? If it's such a no-brainer, you're saying 20% increase in efficiency, why is the adoption so low worldwide?
First of all, I would say it's definitely not a no-brainer. I've seen way more implementations which don't get to that point because they were built from more, let's say, liking the technology, wanting to have a modern factory and let's build something new, rather than thinking of, okay, this is the challenge we want to solve, this is how we do it. And that is difficult. It's easy to throw a bit of money at some young people in the factory. Usually it's a team of young people which is built and say, okay, digitalize, just do what it takes. And then people go around to each department asking, what could you use? And they get ideas, but those ideas don't transform the business. These ideas often solve some tiny challenges, but are not worth what money you put into it. If you want to do it right, you need to do it from the very top. It will create resistance because very often one department needs to put extra effort in to create good quality data for another department to base decisions on. So there's very often some internal struggles to overcome. People will need to see that it's actually something useful for them and not a trend which basically, well, at some point will make them redundant. So it's not easy to do it. It's possible to do it, and it has great benefits if you do it the right way. I would say the adoption rate has gone up a lot during the pandemic or after the pandemic because a lot of the let's say, reluctant players who didn't want to digitalize before have now seen, okay, some things I can only handle with it, and now I am in this dynamic setting and I can only react to it this way. So right now I would say that most of the companies who haven't yet done it in a structured way are thinking about it. At the same time, those 20% of companies I'm talking about who successfully introduced a part of it, those are the ones, in my opinion, doing it right. The 2% who are doing everything they can, well, there might be a point to that. It might be that they're saying we need this technology in the future, but frankly, most of the very advanced implementations we see now are probably not yet worth the outcome because you're ahead of the technology curve. You're trying to build something where the tools don't exist yet. So in our experience, it's good to focus on specific things you want to transform and use available technology to do so, rather than going all out, buying everything you see at the Hannover Messe or similar trade fairs.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabashi. I think it's a very important topic in Industry 4.0, and what I understood about it is real time, the best time to actually make decisions on the time, on the spot, and Industry 4.0 leads us to that, which is great. Next, we have Mr. Prashant Singh Kutaula, who is the Head of Business Development of Voltas Oman Operations since April 2019. Mr. Prashant is an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, and he has been working in Oman in senior roles in business development, marketing strategy, and corporate communication since 2006. He has been associated with Safeway, Al Hassan Group, Hyundai Engineering and Construction, and most recently Dolphin, part of Tijan Group. Before coming to Oman, Mr. Prashant has worked in India with HCL Technologies and has been an education entrepreneur in Ahmedabad, and was also COO of India's first design business incubator at National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. Please put your hands together for Mr. Prashant.
Thank you, Fahmi, for the kind introduction. So, good afternoon to all our, I would say, business partners, because in this room we have existing customers, prospective customers, our existing suppliers, and of course prospective suppliers. So it's an honor to address this gathering, August gathering. And today we are focusing on a new offering which can help you make sustainable manufacturer. So as you can see, we have put Burj Khalifa. That's one of our proud projects where we were the MEP contractor. And then, of course, we want to harness the power from the sun. So what's happening currently? If you see, climate change and global warming, these are real impactful things which are changing the dynamics. The world over, there are problems currently due to climate change. Across India, there was a big heat wave which was causing tremendous amounts of deaths. Then in Australia, almost 10.3 million hectares was burnt. Almost 1 billion animals were killed. Then, of course, a number of cyclones have hit East Africa, and of course, Oman also has its fair share of cyclones. So these are all real impactful changes which are leading today in the climate journey. So what we can do? Because the time is right now to act for us. Because this is a real impending challenge in front of us. Even if all the nations agree, 2.7 degree is the difference which we are looking at, the change in temperature, which is not a good factor. So the time to act is now, and why manufacturers should be interested in this? 3 major points. First is utilization of your roof space, because currently your roof is lying idle. Second is about energy security. So if you see, still a lot of electricity is subsidized in the country. There has been a number of research on this. So it's time to make sure that energy security is there for the manufacturer. And third, of course, become a climate champion, because now sustainability development goals are there. In many industries now we are seeing, for example, aluminum manufacturing industry. A number of aluminum customers and their downstream chain people have approached us because they want to be seen as sustainable manufacturer of aluminum. So sooner or later it will become like an industry pressure from your customer or your supplier that you have to go for this. And taking on from Khalid's presentation in the morning, where he mentioned about his research of the Muscat security market listed companies, we also did a quick research on food processing companies. So we found that almost 10% of the profit and energy charge is responsible for almost 8%. So if you reduce this energy charge, it can translate to better profit. So this is one key area which you can focus on. So Voltas currently is offering its customers both engineering, procurement and construction model as well as leasing model. So if you want to self-invest in your own facility, so we can come and do a site assessment. And I must mention here, for all the customers who are present today, we'll do a free site assessment. Okay? So our engineers will be coming down. They will do a site assessment for you. They will take some basic data from you like single line diagrams, your position of the LV cable, LV room, the distance between them, and then we'll work out a proposal for you. So this is in the purchase model or the CapEx model as we say it. So in this, typical payback which we have found is around 5 to 10 years depending on the capacity. But then some customers may say we are not interested in investing. So for these customers, we have tied up with international developers who are all having currently installations in GCC, who have the experience of signing a lease agreement in Oman also. So we have tied up with the lease developers, so they will be doing a leasing model for you. So basically you don't have to invest any upfront money. The developer will come in and invest. He will sign a lease agreement with you. So basically the customer, the lease developer and the regulator, these three will be signing the lease agreement. And here I would like to mention, yes, there are some challenges because Oman is the only country where the regulator is part of the tripartite agreement. So no other country in the world we have found that in a lease agreement, a regulator is a co-signee. So this has led to little slow offtake in Oman. Otherwise, many of the customers are showing interest in this, and we'll be happy to announce very soon a prestigious mall customer who is interested in going ahead with solar. So of course, we are part of Tata Group. It's a well-known group throughout the world. I'm sure some of you might be driving Land Rover, Range Rover, Jaguar. These are some of the brands. And in airlines, we have a number of brands now. Then some of you may be drinking Tetley tea. Then we have hotels. Then of course, as was just to give you a snapshot, these are some of the prestigious projects which we have done in the MEP space, right from Ferrari World to Burj Khalifa to even Oman Museum, which will be inaugurated very soon on 1st August. And in Oman also we have a number of projects, and recently we have done a data center for RCA. In the manufacturing space, we have done Jotun Paints. And we are also very strongly present now in the facility management space, and of course in water and wastewater. So how we started the solar journey in the Middle East? In the Middle East, we have started in Dubai. We have been approved by Shams Dubai. And in Oman, we are approved by DCRP, the Distribution Code Review Panel, which is the company which is into utility regulation. And as I shared with you, we are actively working with a number of developers, and these are some of the clients like Acme, Suzlon. So we have done almost 3 gigawatt of projects in India. So you can see almost 118 projects. We have more than 40 customers. So this is a mega project which we did in Rajasthan. It's a 450 megawatt project for SoftBank. Then there is another project which we did in Rajasthan. This is for Azure Power. Then similarly, we have done a 14 megawatt project for Bosch. Then we have done rooftop project for Trent, one of our group companies. Coming to Middle East, we have had very good success story, especially in rooftop. So we have done projects for Siraj. Siraj Power is one of the leading developers. Then another project with Siraj, again a rooftop project. This is around 855 kilowatt. Then as I mentioned, we are also done a project with Total. This is also a leading developer. This is also a rooftop solar project. Then now we are doing 2 projects with Yellow Door Energy. These are also a leading developer based out of UAE. So our role is mainly engineering, procurement, construction, and also we do operation and maintenance. Then another project we are currently doing is with Yellow Door. This is a 420 kilowatt project. So basically today the idea was to share with you that here is a company which has been in Oman for last 40 years, which all of you have been, we have been excited to work with you. We started with the drilling business. We then entered irrigation landscaping. Then we entered water wastewater treatment. Then we entered MEP, then technical facility management, and now we are entering solar. So basically today it was to highlight that here is a reliable company, part of Tata Group, which is willing to do solar EPC as well as leasing business in Oman. Thank you very much for a patient hearing. And if anybody has any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Why is the regulator a co-signatory? Why is the regulator a co-signatory?
Yeah, see, that's
I asked why is the regulator co-signatory? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, actually, that's the same point which has been highlighted recently in the IEEE forum, because now Oman, as you know, is planning very big in green hydrogen projects. So same issue was highlighted, and in fact, I think by end of this year, they are trying to see how to get around this, because even a comma, if you need to change, it's taking 3 months. So that's why lease agreements are almost taking 2 to 3 years. Whereas in other countries, a lease agreement maybe maximum is 3 to 6 months. So this is a challenge which has been highlighted. And I'm sure APSR, Authority for Public Service Regulation, is looking into it. And through this forum, if Mayank, we can again highlight this fact, it would be a value addition for all the, because finally it's a value chain. You know, because if contractor is successful or a developer is successful, then only the manufacturers can get to be the part of the value chain. So yeah, so this is a typical issue in Oman only.
Good afternoon. I am from Altaman in Sil. We are having a 25 megawatt solar power project, which is built with in association with the Shell.
Yes, sir.
And one thing I can tell you is that as of today, whatever I know, the legally you can have only captive power plant.
Yeah.
So that's a sort of thing, and we need not, we have a agreement with Shell, and that's a leasing agreement,
Yeah.
but there the regulator was not involved. It's a bipartite agreement only. And another thing is that the problem what we faced is that the present 25 megawatt or large scale production here do not have a storage facility. So if the supply is limited to the daytime supply only. So what is your take, and what do you think that how these obstacles can be taken care of?
Yeah, actually, in all the meetings with the regulator, this has been highlighted by several developers, several contractors. And Shell deal was a special case. It's like a one-off case, because Shell also in Oman has a huge presence since so many years. But unfortunately, the other deals which I was referring to, they are taking a long time. Definitely, battery storage is something which the regulator is looking into, and we hope that in coming months it will be again taken care of, because this is an issue which not only you, like almost every customer is facing the same point, that okay, daytime you are taking care, but until unless I have a storage, battery storage, what do I do with the excess power? Because currently they are just offsetting it against the next month bill. So yeah, I completely agree with you, sir. But again, it's a point of regulation. So we all have to work together and convince APSR regarding this. Yeah.
We are a 24-hour working facility.
Yeah.
So for us, it's not a excess power. It's more. It's essential also.
Yeah, of course, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for a patient hearing. And as I said, we would love to hear from you if any of you are interested for a site assessment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And it was a great presentation, wonderful presentation. Our next presenter is Mr. Kulbhushan, who is a highly accomplished business transformation leader. He is amongst the top 50 quality professionals in India and is an astute strategy deployment and innovation practitioner with a proven track record of strategizing and implementing large-scale business transformation in both manufacturing and the service sector. Mr. Kulbhushan is an alumni of GE's Operating Managers Leadership Program and Kellogg's Advanced Global Management Program, extensive global working experience, and proficient in innovations management, supply chain reengineering, Lean Six Sigma, customer and service excellence. This man is rich with knowledge. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kulbhushan.
Thank you. I have the distinguished privilege of standing between you and the lunch siesta, afternoon siesta, so I will make it quick and crisp as much as I can. First of all, thank you, Excellency, and the ladies and gentlemen here for giving me an opportunity to be here and share my experience. We have my friends from SSA who have been partners with me for the last 15 years in the past 3 companies that I've worked with, and they have contributed very significantly to all the transformations that we've done together. Before I begin, actually, I'm going to share the story of what happened at Dr. Reddy's in the past 4 years that I've been a part of it. When I was hired, I was given a task that we want to transform our organization. And when we wanted to do that, it seemed like it was going to be a Herculean task. I'm going to talk about Dr. Reddy's in a bit from now, but Dr. Reddy's is like a $3 billion organization. It's into generic pharmaceuticals, API manufacturing, and it is about 16 manufacturing locations throughout the world. But the whole task seemed like moving the whole earth, right? And we thought that what would it take for us to actually transform an organization of this size? And we said that, I remember this quote, which says, "Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world." And the first task that I had on my hand was to find out what is that fulcrum and what are my levers going to be. I was remembered of a small story, which I want to share with you, which helped me traverse through in the initial months that I traveled through the organization, visited sites. I wanted to understand the fabric of the organization and what would it take for us to transform. And I was remembered of a story. Back in 12th century, the roads were built on the ruts that were left by the chariots. So the Roman warriors used to run chariots. Those ruts on the roads were left there, and the roads were built on top of it. The railway tracks were also built on the same ruts, on the same roads. These chariots were of the size of width of 2 horses, right? So the roads that were built were also of the size of 2 horses. Now fast forward to the modern era, the most advanced transportation system is the space shuttle. The 2 rocket fuel engines on the side of the space shuttle are actually made of the same width, which is the width of 2 horses, right? Imagine. So what I found very intriguing in our organization at Dr. Reddy's was our ability to question or our ability to challenge. Nobody challenged this question, and the width, in the case of a space shuttle, remained as the width of the 2 horses, right? Same thing had happened to our organization. For years that we had wanted to transform and challenge, we were very incremental in our approach. We were not challenging the status quo. And that had to change. So I found that fulcrum. The fulcrum was that we had to think horizontal, we had to change the mindset, we had to change the ways of working, we had to change the questions that we were encountering. And the levers for us would be methodologies, methods, process transformation, Lean, Six Sigma, and digital. I'm going to share a lot of case studies with you in terms of what we did. But the key essence for us was we cannot look at, if this is my entire value chain, and if I'm going to look at something like from a customer from whom we get the orders, we plan for replenishing those orders, we get the material from suppliers, we then process it, and it goes back to the customer. This cycle in a pharmaceutical industry can be around 250 days or a 200-day cycle. And manufacturing was always at the receiving end because our on-time in full supplies were hovering around 60-65%. And our costs were very high. We were not cost competitive. We were losing market share. All those problems were there, and all those were put on manufacturing. So how do we look at it differently? And what we wanted to do was make sure that whatever transformation we do, we understand the fabric of that transformation. For example, for a radioactive pharmaceutical company which manufactures from isotopes, the isotopes are like melting ice in the hands. The radioactivity reduces every 8 hours, right? And if we can, the fabric of that business is the supply chain. If we do not reduce the time of the supply chain, we will not be able to transform that organization. So we understood that making small changes in manufacturing where we wanted to reduce, let's say, the changeover time or improve the OEE of a machine, by reducing by saving 1 or 2 days, what kind of an impact are we going to bring on a supply chain which has a lead time of 200 days? Hardly anything. So what we had to do was transformational thinking. Can these 200 days become 100 days, or 50 days, or even 10 days? Give an example. We used to make DL acid. There's a product that we make in India in one of the plants. We send it to Mexico to be converted into a product, and then it is sold across the world. It was like this because the India plant existed first, and then we bought over the Mexico plant, so we started doing that. Nobody questioned it. When we did a value stream mapping like this, we actually questioned, why are we making here? Can we not make DL acid in Mexico itself and supply from there itself? This would crunch 100 days of working capital. 100 days of working capital would mean about $10 million. Nobody had thought because we didn't question it. Right? So we said that our fulcrum has to be value chain transformation. So whatever we do under transformation, under the whole theme of transformation has to be very, very horizontal, has to have a value chain view, the complete supply chain view. The first thing that we wanted to do, of course, one of the biggest levers for us was digitalization or digital transformation. But we found people, when there were so many efforts in the past by different consultants, we found that we were at the most doing paper on glass, right? We were converting something which was on paper into a digital form, and we were calling it digitalization. So we had to correct the definition. We had to create an awareness. As of now, in the last 2.5 years, we've created 200 transformers. Now, who are these transformers? The transformers are people who can understand the language of data science. And these are not people from IT. These are people who are actually manufacturing, people who are driving operations, people who are purchasing, people who are doing logistics. They are domain people. and we have trained them on understanding of what is digital all about. So that was the first thing that we did. There were many questions that we wanted to understand, and I'm going to dwell on each of the questions one at a time. But one thing that became very evident for us was that if we want to drive the entire value chain transformation, we have to understand the levers at every node. At the customer end, what is a customer forecast accuracy? What is the customer segmentation? What is our share in the market? Are we, for example, we were not the best cost producers. Every year we would measure ourselves on how much cost we have reduced. Now, that has no meaning actually. So we went to the management and said, how much cost you have saved has no meaning unless and until you are the best cost producer. So rather than having a metric of how much cost savings we have accrued, we should measure in how many products we are the #1 cost producers. We are the lowest cost producers. So we changed all of that. We understood the customers, market segmentation, their requirements, and also understood what is their demand fabric. Once we understood that, the next bigger question for us was capacity. Do we have the capacity? When I joined 4 years back, there was a clamor to build 4 more plants. Buy one in US, buy another in Britain, and build 2 more plants in India. Each of them costing hundreds of millions of dollars. What we did first, we did a capacity mapping across and understood where are the bottlenecks. Can we create more capacity within? So we created a program called Tap the Factory Potential. And we said, we will create 2x productivity from within without having to invest anything. 0 investments. So for a year, we actually we withdrew any investment proposals. And said, give us 1 year, and we will create 2x productivity or 2x capacity from the same plants. So the plants which used to produce, for example, 10 billion tablets, today we are sitting on 26 billion tablets capacity, and we have not invested a penny in the infrastructure. So once we understood what are the key ingredients of planning, what are the challenges we have to solve in planning, we had to look at the suppliers. There was a tendency to look at suppliers in the form of vendors, but they are very much part of the value chain because 1/3 of our revenues, they come from our vendors, from contract manufacturing organizations who are part of us. We never treated them at par with us. So our initiatives were not their initiatives. So what we did, we treated this as an extended supply chain, and we said that our vendors need to have the same capabilities as we have, same metrics as we have. And we need to, obviously, the biggest challenge for us to solve was how much to buy, from which supplier, with what cost, so that our total cost of ownership reduces to minimum, and at the same time, the supplier also wins. He also makes money. Right? And obviously, at the manufacturing end, how do we look at our inventories? How do we look at right first time? How do we look at productivity of our assets? How do we manage the logistics? From India to Mexico, the logistics time was about 75 days. When we looked at the minimum, very simple thing to look at something we call a stability factor, is to look at the ratio of minimum to maximum. When we looked at the minimum time, it was 51 days. The maximum time was more than 100 days. Why is there so much variation? So the amount of time that we spend sometimes at the docks, in terms of documentation, in terms of loading, unloading of the material, is far bigger than the time it spends on the water. So how can we reduce that? Those kind of stability factors, those kind of metrics really drove performance for us. So what I will do next is the biggest thing, and Patrick alluded to it. Thanks, Patrick, for bringing that out, that if you don't have a strategy, we would be blindly going about digital transformation. So the first thing that we did, this is an actual case study of something that we have done extensively. I was given the accountability of making a strategy for Dr. Reddy's to get to 2x revenues in 5 years' time. So this is a snippet of that. And what we did here was, if you look at the bottom quadrant, which is 6 o'clock, we identified what do we want to do in 5 years. At 9 o'clock, what are going to be my mother strategies? What am I going to achieve in FY23 itself? And in order to do that, what are the biggest strategic initiatives that I have to drive? And if those strategic initiatives have to be driven, then what are going to be the measures of success? Right? So this resulted in about 120 transformation projects which are going to be driven across the organization. The big difference, we created some very big policies out of this exercise. For example, the cost of the product or the competitiveness of the product in a pharmaceutical company is sealed at the R&D stage itself. The moment you develop the product, the cost is sealed. After that, there is not enough juice in the lemon that you can squeeze. You can drive a lot of cost reduction projects once the products are commercialized, but there's not much juice left. Because if you have created a 10-step process, it's going to cost you 100, while a 5-step process will cost you 50. So it all depends on how much innovative you are in terms of development. And therefore, we said that R&D will never leave the product. That means R&D is not just responsible for developing a product and throwing it to the manufacturing, and the manufacturing has to deal with the product for the life cycle. The R&D would be responsible for the entire life cycle management of the product. And therefore, this became very, very important for us to understand how this strategy would roll out. So like this, 60% of the KRAs of the top management are with respect to these strategic transformation projects. So everything has changed. The whole performance management system has changed, right? This will help us drive 2x growth in the next 5 years for the organization. So this is a typical example. So the approach that we took was look at different product streams, the big product families that we have, understand how much are we spending. For example, if you look at the bottom right corner, if the total lead time was 421 days for this product family, right from the time it got a demand from the customer, back to the customer, it was 421 days. By doing certain changes, we can actually reduce it to 262 days. There's a plan afoot actually to reduce it to 70 days by asking the right questions, understanding demand forecasting, understanding different levers, where are we wasting most of the time? There wasn't enough intelligence in the system, where should be the replenishment point, where should be the buffer point, so we have understood all of that in order to reduce this. I'm going to skip this slide. So we understood that forecasting is going to be a huge lever for us, and therefore we created a tool called Forecast Pro is a tool that we use. This forecast based on the historical data, and for our runner products, where we have stable demand, we can use this forecasting tool and actually predict the demand. So our production capacity planning can depend on these for the runner products, where we have a stable forecast. Now, where we don't have a stable forecast, what can we do? So rather than looking at the past, for a very unstable product, you can't predict what will happen tomorrow. The demand may be there, the demand may not exist tomorrow. So what do you do? So we have embarked upon a concept called DDMRP, which is Demand-Driven Material Requirements Planning, where on an everyday basis, you reach out to the market and understand the forecast, and it actually maintains a very dynamic buffer. So instead of static buffer, for these unstable products, you have a dynamic buffer. So it changes its requirement. And this is done in an automated way. This is not done manually. Because for thousands of SKUs that we manufacture, we can't do it manually. Similarly, at the supplier's end, we build an algorithm. It's a heuristic-based algorithm. This algorithm looks at all our supplies, all the historical data, the prices, the capacities of the suppliers, and everything. And it tells us, when we run it, it takes about 2 hours to run. When we run it, it tells us how much to buy, from which supplier, at what time, such that my cost of ownership is minimized. As I told you about the capacity, so we built a similar algorithm for capacity. And these are all done in-house. We did not hire McKinsey's or the BCGs of the world in order to do that. We had SSA as our partners, and we actually developed these algorithms along with them. It's very simple algorithms by way of which we can predict actually where will the bottleneck be. So those red lines that you see, those are the bottlenecks. It tells you if you require 100 batches, you will fall short of 20 batches on unit operation 1, you will fall short of 5 batches in unit operation 2, and so on and so forth. So we could plan our capacities better. The infrastructure planning for a company of this size, where you have 16 manufacturing locations, is not easy to do. So this helped us immensely. So like Patrick said, we position our digitalization effort where it matters the most, not blindly everywhere. So the next part of the presentation, which I'll move through quickly, was to create a digital a control tower. Now, what do we mean by control tower? Can we create more intelligence in the system? So compared to a control tower that we had previously at Dr. Reddy's, which used to only measure and monitor, we wanted this control tower to give us intelligent information, insights, and in ways control our processes also, wherever there was a problem. So what did we do? So we created a system. You can see the first graph is a bubble chart. Actually, this is live. For every batch that gets manufactured, it is represented by a bubble. The bubble becomes red if there is a deviation, if there is a quality problem in the batch. The bubble becomes bigger in size if the batch is spending more time in the value chain than required. So this is used for tracking on the lean daily management on the shop floor by the supervisors on the daily basis, on an hourly basis. They track it. And wherever there is a red, they have to answer, they have to manage it and address it. The tool also has the capability of looking at historical data, learning from the past failures, and predicting on the root causes. And it can help in scheduling. So we have built an automated scheduler. It is a genetic algorithm that we have created. It helps us schedule. We are into batch manufacturing, so multiple assets, different products passing through the same assets with different cycle times. It's very complex. A human brain can handle maybe 8 to 10 variables at a time. So this scheduling software or algorithm is helping us optimize our scheduling processes. We have a very clear look of the value stream. So you saw a value stream map drawn by hand earlier with 461 days to be reduced to some 260 days. Now, the same value stream map we can actually see online, real time being built. So we can find out how much time we have taken. If I made 100 batches, I can find out what was the maximum lead time, what was the minimum lead time, which unit operation has taken more time, how can I address. So there is a lot of proactiveness in terms of solving for problems. And this has led to a lot of improvement in our asset productivity. So the way I told you, we didn't invest a penny, and from 10 billion tablets, we have gone to more than 26 billion tablets. All those were a result of these efforts that were put into place. We've gone paperless. Digital twin is helping us. There was more art than science in our setting of the machines. So for every product, the setting of the machines have to be changed. How do we do that? So we took help of digital twin and actually created independence in terms of the operator skill for doing a good setting and change over time. Another big case study for us was we integrated Six Sigma. So Patrick talked about process optimization. So what we did, we collaborated with the University of Slovenia, people who created Orange as a software. When I connected with our management or our IT team, they said, everyone has to learn R and Python if they have to be data scientists, and we didn't want to do that. So we connected with people who created Orange, and we created our own tool. We have a productionized tool now. Now that tool is called Spiral. That Spiral tool fetches data of all the past batches, and I can select an algorithm. Let's say I select random forest. I select an algorithm for which I need to have a minimum know-how, what algorithm to apply where, and it will do all the analysis for me and tell me what is my decision tree. For the first parameter, I have to maintain between that tolerance. Then for the next, to get the best yield, I have to do this. To get the best output, I have to do this. These kind of decision trees now are being done by those 200 people who run machines. They're not data scientists. They're not IT people. So this is the kind of power of prediction that we are getting from machine learning algorithms. There is a golden tunnel. So the golden tunnel is, what golden tunnel is doing is something, again, Patrick talked about, process parameter optimization. Let's say your pressure, your volume, your fill rate, or your flow rate, those are all very, very consequential. You can actually manage, or you can have an algorithm built, and that algorithm will actually govern and change the process settings on its own. You don't have to do it. If the humidity is different outside and it affects your product, the process parameters will change according to the regression model that we have created. Right? So such were the examples. Similarly, manpower allocator, which we worked along with SSA. 50% of the cost is actually manpower cost in pharmaceuticals. And that's where we have improved the productivity by more than 30%. So there are so many examples. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of them. The biggest lesson we learned was, unless until we change questions, we are not going to have different answers. If I'm going to ask a question to someone, how can I do 10% improvement? My answers are going to be in accordance to 10%. Suddenly I ask him, how can you do 200% improvement? The answers are going to change. So if you want different answers, our questions have to change. And therefore, we have to have a very horizontal view, a very, very transformational view of things. Whatever we have done as part of my group or my function within Dr. Reddy's is all transformation. We said, we will not touch anything which is less than 2x improvement. Anything 10%, 20%, we are not going to take care of it. right? We are only going to take care of 2x our upwards improvements. And all leaders, 60% of their KRAs will be with respect to transformation goals, which are 2x and above. Unless and until we try and do that, things won't change. So things have changed for better. We have realized and become much more competitive than in the past. About $350 to $400 million of cost saving is what this engine generates every year. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to exceed time.
To apologize in the interest of time, Mr. Kalbushan. Great information, Industry 4.0, optimization, and in algorithm we trust. Too much trust. I hope it's not going to mess us up in the future. So we are now going to commence the second panel discussion on the topic, a great topic, manufacturing, a key enabler of Oman Vision 2040, and how true is this statement? I would like to invite to the stage, and as you can see, they're preparing about 7 seats for the panel. I would like to invite to the stage Mr. John Oomen, editor of OER and the moderator of this panel. So please come on stage. Mr. John has over 25 years of journalism experience, having worked with reputed newspapers and business magazines in India and Oman. His previous assignments include Deccan Herald, Bangalore, and Oman Tribune, Muscat. Welcome, Mr. John. A little life in the clapping, guys. Thank you. I do remember early on, Voltas provided something free to the public, but I think he just skipped everybody. So make sure you head over to Voltas because he has some lovely freebies for you guys to get introduced into his business, while Mr. John Oomen is going to be providing a lot of information. So let's pay attention. Mr. John, all yours.
Thank you, Fahmi. Welcome to the panel discussion on manufacturing, a key enabler of Oman Vision 2040. It is my pleasure to invite on stage the panelists. Please welcome Mr. Abdullah Nasser Al-Hadrami. He has served over 30 years in the government and private sector in Oman. Presently, he manages the business of Gulf Mushroom Products Company as his chief executive officer. He has traveled extensively across the globe and attended numerous seminars and workshops for senior corporate executives on industry, business, management practices, and corporate governance. He has a master's degree in science from University of New Haven, USC. Please welcome on stage. Our next panelist is Dr. Fadi Alaisid, CEO, Dhofar Cattle Feed Company. Dr. Fadi has over 2 decades of experience in dairy, food science, and beverages. He joined the company in September 2021. Dr. Fadi is a highly professional C-level senior executive with 25+ years of experience in branded consumer business with major companies. He is credited with achieving consistently strong results, including producing 15 to 20% year-on-year growth for companies while significantly improving the bottom line. Please welcome Dr. Fadi. Our next panelist is Dr. Ibrahim Al-Balushi, CEO, Karwa Motors. He has 21 years of experience in project management and managing private sector companies, especially in greenfield projects, and transforming them into operational phases. He is credited with establishing a manufacturing base for Karwa Motors and producing the first bus bearing the logo Made in Oman and exporting it for use in the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Dr. Ibrahim holds a PhD in engineering from UNITEN, Malaysia. Our next panelist is Mr. Maqbool Ali Salman, Vice Chairman of Oman Manufacturers Association. He is a businessman and served as the Managing Director of the Al Hassan Group of Companies until 2019. Mr. Maqbool holds a bachelor's degree in commerce. Please welcome Mr. Maqbool. Walking upon stage next is Mr. Omar Al-Balushi, Cast House and Port Manager at Sohar Aluminium. He joined Sohar Aluminium Company, LLC in 2005, Omar is a professional with more than 21 years of experience in high-profile industries, handling several key responsibilities that vary from managing and localizing projects to running and delivering 24/7 operational production targets. Omar manages the cast house and port department with a team of more than 200 employees and direct contractors. I would also like to invite back on stage Mr. Naveen Narayanan, Managing Director, SSA International, as a panelist. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you, everyone, for joining this afternoon. Before we start, let's look at a few numbers. Oman's GDP is expected to grow by 5.6% in 2022 and by 2.7% in 2023, according to a recent report by the IMF. This will be led by growth in non-oil activity that includes manufacturing. To start off with, I want each of the panelists to take us through what the company's recent initiatives are. We start off with Dr. Ibrahim.
Thank you, John. As you know, from our side, I believe Karwa Motor, we already announced about Karwa Motor last week, as we already started the production of mid-coach buses. But in reality, the production is being started for the last year, and that is the first product, which has been launched in 2021 in November, especially during the National Day, and that was the first bus which is having the logo of Made in Oman. Karwa is an initiative, what's called a project between State of Qatar as well as the Sultanate of Oman, and it has already been started as an LLC company in 2017. But you know, there was a big journey for Karwas from one place to another place. Then finally they located Karwa to be in Duqm in 2009, and they started the journey of the construction in 2009. And we completed the project to, although with the big challenges of the COVID-19, in August 2020, and then we started the operation. So this is basically the story of Karwa. Now Karwa is already had a contract with for the FIFA 2022, and we exported the first batch of the buses of the 34 numbers, and the second batch is going to go by tomorrow as well, out of the 100. So basically, this is the business that we are doing in Karwa so far.
Great, Mr. Abdullah. Can you take us through what are the recent initiatives at Gulf Mushroom Products Company?
Gulf Mushroom Products Company, located in Barka, and is a public stock company, and started in 1997. And we are using Dutch technology, which is the latest technology to produce mushrooms, which is totally controlled environment. And we are the largest mushroom producer in the Middle East. We are producing 15 metric tons every day, and 90% of our production for export. We are exporting to all GCC countries, plus Singapore and Malaysia. We are also producing organic mushroom, which we are not using any chemicals or any fertilizer also. So our mushroom is pure organic, and it's very nutritious mushroom. And we having in Thamrit a factory to produce the compost, which is the soil to grow the mushroom, but the cultivation in Barka. So we are transferring that compost by refrigerated trucks to Barka. And we are In terms of humanization also, we're having about 40% humanization in all levels, from managers to also workers. And we are using the high technique procedure to produce mushroom. This is summary of Gulf mushroom.
Thank you. Dr. Fadi?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you for this summit. This is really an excellent platform for the manufacturing industries and the government and the business owners to be able to communicate, and really communication, as you all know, is the key. So we all understand. So thank you very much for that. Basically, I've joined Dhofar Cattle Feed 8 months back. And Dhofar Cattle Feed has been started since 1983. And they focus on producing and selling feed, animal feed, cattle basically. And then through the time, with time they were, increased their operation into other food security products, very important for Oman, which is the dairy, the beverage, juices, poultry, and even we have investment in flour mill and also in oil, vegetable oil, and many other investments. So the company grew through time since 1983 and become like $500 million company in sales. So it's a good size, company. Then really now what we are focusing on, optimization of our operations and manufacturing. Digitalization is one of the key product focus. Then we really increasing our basket, our food basket. I think Mazoon did an excellent job. Mazoon is a new company for Oman, is an Omani-based company. But As-Safwa, which is a brand for Dhofar Cattle Feed, has been in Oman, which was the only company in Oman in dairy with fresh milk. There's others. Al Zain, I think I remember a long time ago, used to also have powder milk. But really we are optimizing our operation. We are upgrading our facility to be high standard, best practices. We are training our Omani associate employees. And also we are further growing in expanding our manufacturing footprint. So to cater for the demand of Oman and able to compete with our competitors like Mazoon, and which is a very good competition. We have to have competition to be able to improve. So this is in a nutshell what Dhofar Cattle Feed is all about now.
Great. Mr. Omar?
Yeah, thank you. With Sahar Aluminium, it's established in 2006, and we started our operation in 2008. It's actually one of the first smelters in Oman. It's the only smelters in Oman for smelting aluminium. And when it comes to aluminiums, people have in mind the doors and windows, but it's not. What we are producing is a standard ingots and south profiles. And from this product, it gets converted into many downstream products, which I'm going to touch base later. Sahar Aluminium brought many other companies along with it. When we started in the area of Sahar, I remember in 2005, there was not many companies, but with the projects of 2.4 billion, that brought many other companies that service and provided services and product during the project, during the constructions, and later on, it became the supplier for the company. We have many key initiatives. One of it, Sahar Aluminium, is a pioneer, I can say, in the lean manufacturing and the Lean Six Sigma. Basically, we are focusing on reducing waste and maximizing the productivity. At the same time, also, we are looking at different other initiatives that goes from the shop floor all the way to the top managements, and that's evolving around the lean manufacturing around these tools that we are having on a daily basis.
Thank you. My next question is to Mr. Makboul. Kindly, can you share with us, can you give us a perspective of the manufacturing sector in Oman? What's working and what's not?
Bismillah ar-Rahman. Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to give a little brief of Oman Manufacturers Association. Its original name is Jam'iyyat al-Sana'in al-Omaniyin. And this is a very recent organization, almost 4 years old. Of course, 2 years we spent in pandemic. And in its short period of time, it has got reasonably successful stories. First of all, of course, we would like to be the voice of the manufacturing industry. And collectively, we can make difference. It helps the society, it helps the industry as well. For the last couple of years, we have been having a dialogue, especially more so this year, with various authorities to help to unlock some issues which are being faced by the manufacturing industry. We have been participating with local product support along with Ministry of Commerce and Industry. We have been highly collaborating with Oman Chamber of Commerce Industries. They are very happy to work with us to see how we can together achieve some good milestones. We have been talking to some authorities regarding some energy cost support that we had, which were affecting some of the manufacturers. We were also, during pandemic, some logistic issues we were trying to resolve. We have been also having some of the environmental even regulations which were impacting the industry. We had a debate with them and tried to soften it. And as well as some of the financial challenges which were being faced by the industry, we were talking to the concerned people. And we got some successes out of it. Some of them are still being dialogued. And also at the same time, we, some of the companies were facing some specific problems also. We stood up for them. And in fact, I would like to use this forum to invite the manufacturers to please join us, because as I said, we would like to be the voice of the industry. We can work collectively. We can find what are the challenges are there, what are the solutions. We take wisdom from each other, and we can jointly, collectively go to the authorities and resolve our issues. And collectively, obviously, we can make a big impact on the industry as well as on the society. And I think not only this, and we are together, we can even optimize some of our resources, optimize some of our cost centers, and there could be many areas which can be unlocked if we have a higher number of partners with us, and we look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll move on to the next question. Oman hopes to modernize its manufacturing sector so that it can absorb young Omanis entering the job market and diversify the economy away from hydrocarbons. How are your companies contributing to achieve Oman 2040 vision? Start off with Dr. Ibrahim.
Actually, as we are in the Greenfield project right now, and you know that the main objective of Karo Motors in initial stage is actually to start transferring the technology, and this is what we happened for the last 2 years, although with the pandemic occurrence. We started with I would like to say it is a good percentage. So far we are reaching around 18% of the Omanization. And there is also a solid plan from our side that we are going to increase it from 5 to 10% in each year, reaching up to a certain level. But still, to reach that level, there is a lot of work that we have to do it, especially for the training as well as doing the preparations also from our setup. This type of the project that we are having right now in the Karo Motor is a little bit a unique project, so it needs the availability of the expats and availability of a comprehensive training for the local for the local engineers or local technicians, so that they can be prepared in a very proper way to the level that they have to be in. In addition to that, we know that for the last 2 years there are a lot of changes that has been happening in the economy itself, and you can see that the contribution of the logistic, the contribution for other challenges also might be affecting the Omanization process and the application of the Omanis, because that will be also creating a little bit a high cost in this level, and that will be making, or consequently will be resulting to be non-competitive in the market, and that will be having also bigger consequence in this regard. So all these type of the factors need to be put in the consideration, and we have to measure it very properly and to see exactly which type of the jobs that we are looking also to sustain it in the initial stages, and which type of the job that it can be we can apply the Omanization for it later on. So it is not a simple answer that I would like to say that we can raise it immediately to up to 70 or 80 or 90% with the current dynamic changes that we are having. But yes, this type of the project also will be serving or will be creating a downstream business. But the chances or for the Omanis to participate in the downstream business are much better than being or recruited directly to the company.
Thank you. Mr. Abdullah?
Hello. Gulf Mushroom contribution to Oman Vision, in fact, in few points. First point, we want to concentrate to the non-oil share of GDP. We have more than 90% company sale consists of export, and 6.8 million per year. And also we have real GDP growth for the past 5 years. We have grown by 4.6% per annum, and net profit by 19.25% per annum. And in terms of skills and global competitive index, we compete with the global suppliers for fresh mushroom in the international market and holding significant shares of the export markets. And also we, in terms of the skills of the people, company training local Omani youth in all technical and non-technical functions. As I mentioned, Omani share of jobs in the 40%, which is 70% of these people, women's, girls. And in environmental index, we are not using any chemicals or pesticide or fungicide. So we are completely organic. And also, we are distributing our activity in Barka and also in Thamrit and Salalar area. So we are not focusing only in one area in Oman. So this is the main things.
Thank you. Dr. Fadi?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Dhofar Cattle Feed, really, we have 45% of our workforce are Omanis, and this is something very important for us to develop the skills and increase the employment of Omanis. And we have a succession planning for every key post in the company. We have succession planning where we have an Omani always following and learning and able to develop his or her skills. At the same time, we are empowering, hiring ladies in our company, because you need to have this diversity in our organization. But what I think the key things for the Oman 2040 vision, that Dhofar Cattle Feed is a key, one of the key companies that for food securities. For food security, it's very important for the security of the company. And as I shared with you, we are in diversified food, where we have in agriculture, where we are in dairy. Animal feed is very critical to have animal feed, because it affects the whole cost for chicken, for eggs, for meat. we have a poultry farm processing, we have a flour mill, and also oil, vegetable oil. So we are really very important for food security, and I believe that what the government did in developing the food security with like Mazoon and other companies is very important. But at the same time, it's important to also support the private sector, right? Because the private sector, they have to compete. And when you have competition, this is where you can improve quality and reduce cost. Having governmental companies for food security is very good for security, but also to support the private sectors. Last but not least, I think it's one very key initiative that the company is doing with Al Murouj. Al Murouj is a company now developed since last year, 2 years back. Now we just started, where it really create value creation for the community in Dhofar, where we really try to help the local farmers to stay where they are, to improve their production in milk and in the cattle, where we also buy this milk from them. Therefore, we improve their life, the economical, the sustainability of their life. So this is very, very important initiative to improve the community and sustainability, and to also help achieve the 2040 vision, the Oman that they have in the food security area.
Thank you. Mr. Omar?
Okay. For Sahara Aluminium, we are 1,000 employees, and since day one, the Omanizations was one of the key objectives. So we started with 72%, and currently we reached up to 78%. I can say all the operation teams are 100% Omanis. And also, if we go with the other side, which is the indirect employments, which is mainly the contractors and the service providers, that's also reach up to 1,500, I can say, people. As I said, Sahara Aluminium, with the products in terms of aluminium, can create lots of opportunities for the downstream. And currently we have 4 downstream companies. The 4 downstream, they varies in scale from 100 to 400 employees. And it's the same thing in terms of their direct or indirect service providers. So you apply the same equations that we have for Sahara Aluminium. So the downstream is also the same. If you take the total number of people, of job opportunities provided between the Sahara Aluminium and their downstream companies, it becomes very high numbers. And also, at the same time, we are mainly focused on developments, providing opportunities, training opportunities for the Omanis. We have started with introducing batches of fresh graduates. We are on the 2nd batch, and they come, they have intensive training, they go through many programs, and then eventually they're part of the succession planning to be Omanized in one of the either technical positions or managerial positions. And that initiative is already ongoing for the past 10 years.
I go to Mr. Naveen. SSA has been engaged, has been dealing with a lot of companies in Oman. How do you think these companies can achieve the Vision 2040?
Well, I think I wouldn't repeat some of the elements I captured in my presentation, but I think one of the realization that we see more and more is that the only way we can get closer to the Vision 2040 is to make our manufacturing as competitive as any manufacturer anywhere in the world. So one of the initiatives that we are seeing is industries are starting to ask the question in terms of what are the benchmarks that we need to pursue, what are the metrics that matter, where we stand in those metrics against where the best in class are. So these metrics pertain to external factors like supply chain, how we are performing, metrics like our inventory turnover performance, cash conversion cycles, and those kind of metrics, as well as productivity per person, quality levels, and all of these things. So this is one directional shift that we see industries pursuing, at least the ones that are leaders in their sectors, and plowing specific efforts to match those benchmarks. So that would eventually take them closer to the aspiration of being able to compete globally and to be able to, inch closer to the vision.
Yeah, yet another question to you. We come to the technology part. Like, what are the new technologies that will positively impact the manufacturing industry?
There are two parts to that. One is, as our friends from KEX and other Kulbhushan spoke about, where technology that is reducing human burden. So we are seeing industries asking the question, how can we bring in smart automation that can help to reduce human burden? One of our clients, for example, we recently went to their warehouse where they have implemented some great automation artifacts that is reducing the wasted effort of people moving cartons, packaging, loading to the trucks, and so on and so forth. So there is a focus on technology that can give a direct return on investment with more or less assured ROI. The other aspect is that industries are embracing better information exchange. So like demand-driven, for example, which was spoken about, we are seeing clients here in Oman and also in the region where retailers, for example, are asking the question, can we get real-time information in terms of what products are moving, what is our stock position, not getting allured by volume discounts, and controlling our inventory position by being more reflexive to end customer demand, and all of those things. So industries are moving towards being more thoughtful in how they capture information in a real-time basis and how that is aiding better decision making. So these are the two broad themes that we see emerging.
Mr. Omar?
Okay. Within the projects of Sahara Aluminium when it started, it was the smelter newly built with the state-of-the-art technologies. And so there was a lot of provisions for enhancements in the futures. Lots of, I think, from the presentations, the Industry 4.0, the machine learnings, is something already in discussions currently, and some of it to be commissions, focusing mainly on the repetitive, as he said, how can we reduce the burdens on the laborer, for example, using sometimes scanning cameras that can reduce, for example, inspections, and because it's a repetitive steps that's going to happen, and using these technologies will really help reducing the burdens, and also at the same time increasing the productivity. And you could utilize the people into some other task if you will be able to use it using the technology.
Dr. Fadi?
Yes. Yeah, well, we all know that the recent increase in computer powers, speed, storage, processing, this really created a big industrial in creating smart computers, smart phones, smart houses. So one of the things as well is going to be smart factories. So this is what we are in this industry now. This is what will be the future, and I believe digitalization and also artificial intelligence, this will be the future. So for us at Dhofar Cattle Feed, we have implemented really smart sensors. Sensors is now focusing on, basically for me, on the quality of a product. So we have sensors now, we already bought and installed within 8 months I've been in the company, where it can detect the quality of a product every second as you go. So you don't have to wait and take a sample from the line and test it and then figure out. It will be too late, right? So this sensor will give you instant, okay? Of course, we are also invested in software to help in digitization, which is the maintenance is very important. Here, we're very weak at maintenance. There's no predictive maintenance. The line breaks down because you don't have maintenance done correctly. So we are focusing on this. And last but not least, also scheduling. It's very important to know how our orders coming and our raw materials, so we're able to reduce our just-in-time type of thing, and not to have over raw materials or short. We are balancing this. There's a lot of things going to be in the future, but we need to take it in steps. But definitely automation and digitalization, this is the key for the future. And artificial intelligence will be the future for manufacturing. And I have listened to a lot of presentation, which is, I believe we need expertise. We do not have expertise in Oman that we need to have this sort of expertise and collaborate with key companies that can bring this expertise and develop people to lead, because you need to have that. If you don't have that, how are you going to do it? So you need to have to bring this know-how and expertise.
You mean to say that there should be a little more ease of business?
Sorry?
Ease of business rules?
What I'm suggesting is to really work closely. For example, Siemens, they have GE, they have many other companies. They have this know-how, and they can help you. They can help manufacturing to put system in place. Although you need to put some capex, but the ROI will be very, very high. So in a basic point, you need to bring expertise. Okay, I remember, it's a very good point. I remember in 1976, I came to Oman. Long time ago, okay? And I taught at the University of Sultan Qaboos University, okay? So I'm coming from America. I lived in America 25 years. And I want to come to the Middle East because this is what I'm originally from. And I was teaching in the university there, Sultan Qaboos, and I realized that from my experience in America, there's one course, automation, is not taught. Engineers are graduated from university, do not have a clue about automation and how to do automation, PLCs, how to program PLCs. Engineers should, what engineers are mostly they're going to do manufacturing, management, and able to think about this. So I taught a course called PLCs, and automation in Sultan Qaboos University at that time. So this is very important to bring expertise and know-how. Talking about it is good. We all have a lot of knowledge about this, but who's going to do it? You need to bring expertise and develop it for Oman and able to increase it, yeah?
What's stopping you from bringing?
What's stopping from what?
What's stopping you all from bringing expertise from outside?
No, we are. As I said, for me, we are working with a couple of companies that they can help us to do audit for us, to help give us a roadmap and work with them. But that's what I'm saying. We need to bring expertise. So for me, as a leader, that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Abdullah?
We noticed, especially in the last pandemic time, people hiding from sun and less going out. So we found that a lot of diseases and vitamin D deficiency disease. And people start, or many countries are recommending that the people should take some tablets, vitamin D tablets, which are artificial. Then we start doing some research in the old researcher, in fact, and we found that mushroom also got the same material, which is ergosterone, which contain in the human skin. Human skin contains this ergosterol, and if exposed to the sun, then vitamin D, natural vitamin D is coming. So we found this character also contained in the mushroom. So we expose the mushroom to the sunlight, UV light, artificial UV light, for seconds, 2 to 3 seconds only. And that ergosterol, which contained in the mushroom skin also, transformed to vitamin D. And 100 grams of mushroom is enough for the daily intake of the human. So no need to take any medicine or chemical of vitamin D. You can take a mushroom, and we have this type of the mushroom, which is highlighted with orange bonnet, and it's written that vitamin D mushroom. So this is a new technology we introduced after the pandemic.
Great.
Yeah.
Dr. Ibrahim?
John, if you are talking about the matter of technology, the sector which I'm coming from, which is the manufacturing sector, it is very mandatory for us to have a technology available in the manufacturing process, because we are having different type of the stations, starting from the inventory, starting from, first of all, ordering the material, ending up with the quality and assurance, and going all the way with the manufacturing process. So far, as we are in the Greenfield project, we started the implementation for such kind of the technology from the day first. But still, we are having challenges. Maybe your question was to my colleague, what are the type of the challenges that we are having? The main type of the challenges which we are having right now in the country is non-availability of the expats, as well as the sources which can provide us the type of the technology which we are looking to have, and especially the WIP, which is work in progress, on how you are going to link between your manufacturing process as well as the monitoring of the cost and the raw material and the different type of the items available in your factory, along with the inventory and the complete supply chain. We noticed during the exercise that we did in the market itself, within the region market itself, that most of the companies who are providing for such type of the technology, they are getting the experts from outside. And to get the experts and to be in contact also with them to design your manufacturing, it's going to take a lot of time, while your process actually will keep going and your manufacturing is going to keep going. So backlogging the data later on, as soon as you will be finishing your design aspects, it is going to be very difficult to maintain it. And the technology itself is a very, very dynamic, and you can see that every year or every 2 to 3 years, there is a new technology that's entering, a new aspects or new, let's say, innovation are created. And this is what we are discussing right now between the 4.0, which is a new technology. Previously, for the last 3-4 years, this was not available. So it is keep actually dynamic changes, it's happening. So the availability of the resources actually is the main challenges. So what I would like to say in this regard, it is very important also to allocate the proper sourcing based on the proper requirement that we are having inside this type of the process. I believe for the vision of Oman, of the Vision 2040, it is already been indicated in the vision that one of the main objectives is to bring a new technology to the country so that they can keep feeding the industry. But frankly speaking, I have not seen in the vision itself how they are going to measure the success of such type of the technology, nor we notice that there is a milestones where we can use it for such type of the achievement. Still, there are just general objectives that are available, and based on that is actually the gap that we are having for some investor to come and do the investment, because they don't know exactly what the manufacturer requirement is looking for. As Mr. Maqbul said, that this is the time, as the vision already started and we are in the second year, we don't know exactly the milestone has been achieved. So this is the time actually to gather all the manufacturers to sit together and to see exactly how we are going to be in a position to work and cooperate with the government for the achievement of such type of the objectives. So it is a long way that it has to be started right now. And we already, let's say we already passed 1.5 years right now.
Mr. Maqbul, you would like to add?
Yeah, of course, I'm a non-profit organization, so I'll talk it from a different point of view. I'll club your two questions together. One, you talked about Omanization, and then technology. In fact, in our Oman Manufacturing Association, we have started dialogue to see how do we develop the SMEs. And I see that, interestingly, I came across, 3D manufacturer, SME making 3Ds, and also drone making, and so I see that in the youths there's a lot of technology savvies are there, and then we as an organization, if we give them a platform to SMEs to build them up, then rather than they being employed, they can become entrepreneurs and employers, and they can multiply in their own way, and then they employ others. So I think there's a lot of untapped technology, is there in this use, and which we need to tap it. And of course, I would rather also advise these major corporations to allow these youngsters to come up and do some experimental. And I see there's a lot of talent hidden there. We need to tap it out. And we also, as an organization, we will see how do we support these SMEs to untap their potential, as well as to help them to create a marketability for their processes.
The next question, in what ways can the government and the private sector collaborate to unlock the potential of the manufacturing sector? Dr. Ibrahim, you can.
John, before answering this question, I would like also to refer back to the point where Mr. Maqbool is raising in here, which is related to the encouraging of the SMEs to come and support the manufacturer itself. As you know, that most of our manufacturing or the manufacturers, they are looking actually to have a downstream business. And here we're talking about the SMEs, most probably related to the SMEs. But unfortunately, the main challenges that we are having right now in the SME regarding the encouraging, which is happening actually from the government or which is happening also from other investors, is still the knowledge with these SMEs are still not in the level which can allow them to build such type of the factories and to work out actually to build the factories or to build the manufacturers which they can support the other manufacturers. I think the gap is rising day by day because of the availability of the new technology. So the transfer of the know-how to these SMEs has to be done in a very proper way, and it has to be done through a proper system and setting a proper system with a proper mechanism so that you can raise their level of the knowledge. And this is what the cooperation is supposed to come between the government as well as the manufacturer, so that the government, they're supposed to share their concern, they're supposed to share their targets with the manufacturer. Then the manufacturer, along with the government, they can set up the proper planning where they can encourage the downstream and upstream businesses with the proper involvement for all these SMEs. So it means that a complete integrated system has to be built between the three or the four the parties. But so far, this system is not available, and everybody is keep actually working individually, and that is not going to gather any, let's say, any efforts. And according to that, of course, there will be no achievement for the objective, or maybe there will be some achievement of the objective, but that's going to be individually, which is not going to serve the industry itself.
Mr. Abdullah?
About difficulties, or what?
Yeah. What can the private sector and how can
I would like to talk about difficulties for the manufacturing sectors and suggestion.
Sure.
To collab it together.
Sure.
Can I do that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. The difficulties which I found many manufacturing sector now suffering is high cost of the raw material. The raw material now goes up very high due to the shipment and due to also the some disturbance in the sources. So this is one of the problems what I found many people now suffering from that. So this is will add cost on the production. And okay, so this is something we can't do anything right about it, because this is international problem. And the second thing is what also manufacturing private sector also suffer is the regulation of the government especially. I found that regulations is not coming in one line. This ministry gives some regulation, that ministry gives another regulation, and so sometimes we are lost between all these regulations. And sometimes we go with this, and then the Baladiya give you a fine because you didn't follow that one. So this is what problem what we have. So what I suggest that if they clip organize all these rules or regulation in one platform, like Invest Easy, so to collect everything. So it will be one line of the rules and regulations, so you don't have to go from this sector to the ministry to this authority. This is what it will help a lot.
Sure.
Thank you.
Dr. Fadi?
Yeah, well, I do agree with him 100%. But basically, we all know that the raw material prices is going up really high, logistics is going very high, and things are really become difficult for manufacturers and for companies. At the same time, we want to improve or increase our prices, but yet this is really it's taking a long time, and it's not happening or rejected to increase the price. So it's good to protect the public, but also you need to protect also the private sector. You need to have a balance. So protecting one element of the society, which is good, but you need to balance it with also the private sector. because these are the engine is producing. So if we want to kill the engine, then the car will not go anywhere. It will be dead. So we need to have this balance. So what I suggest, which is many of my colleague here said, is to develop, a task force, but empowered task force. I mean, not task force just meeting, talking. This is what I feel right now. We meet a lot with officials, and they really very nice. They understand, but then at the end, what's the outcome? So we need a task force empowered, and they are able to make decisions, because you need to be agile and proactive. This is the essence. If you're not going to do this, you're going to be suffering, and this is what we are now. We are now suffering big time in the food industry because of that. Yeah.
Mr. Omar?
Yeah, I think since morning, even in the previous panel discussions, there was lots of points raised regarding the challenges, and just to echo some, the increase on raw materials, the inflations, the regulations. So it's more burdens on the private sector, and especially on the manufacturing sector. So I think if you take some of the words, we can say collaborations, to work more with the private sector, with the governments, to have an entity. Currently, we are dealing with more than one entities, and you have to go through many steps in terms of rules and regulations. Some of these regulations is mandatory year by year, and that's creating inflations, and that's increase your overhead cost, I can say. So taking all of these, having more collaborations between the private sector and the governments through one entity, I think that's what even the presentation and the recommendations from Mr. Khalid Ansari, to have a team who can really be the focal point between the private sector and the governments, and unleashing all these challenges and taking it one by one. The other aspect is also to look at how can we look at the growth in some of the sectors. For example, those that can provide more of a downstream, and maybe to have the priority in terms of allocations of the energy and other things that they may need to be established on a quickly manner. Thank you.
Mr. Naveen, your take on this?
Very glad that this point is being discussed. I don't know if many people are aware that such kind of policy labs are being now run. There's a government initiative that we were privileged to be part of. So pilot labs have been run where they have identified about 1,500 or so government services, right from issuance of permits to visas to so on. So most of these are issues that are cutting across entities like Ministry of Labor, Health, municipality, and so on. So the recognition is there about the pain and what needs to be done to unlock the potential for simplifying the experience for stakeholders, and also leverage digital technologies for the same. Of course, these are very transformative efforts. So it will take time from conceptualization to seeing changes on the ground. But I see a very clear line of sight between the vision and the direction for execution. In due course, we will see a lot of simplification, digitization, and streamlining of touchpoint experiences for industries that will really unlock a lot of wealth for the nation.
Thank you. I think we have time for a few questions. I think if any of you have any questions, please do so to any of them.
Mr. Omar, when Sohar Aluminium came up, the government gave cheap gas, at very subsidized prices, and that attracted a lot of companies to come to Oman. Now, I think most of you are going to renegotiate these contracts with the government, and with gas prices being high, there's a chance that the government may divert, saying that let's try and let's start selling this gas somewhere else. Do you think that's going to have an impact on companies like you? What is the solution?
Yes, of course. In smeltings, energy is one of the main components. And if you take smelters across Europe, some in Americas, they already shut down because of the increase of energy. Having a subsidized gas prices for this project has really put us into an advantage. We still have time remaining for the contract, but we are already starting the negotiating. But taking all the advantages of having smelters and all what can bring good in terms of the value chain from the aluminum industry, we have provide the metal to a downstream, and then downstream having another downstream. For example, if we take, we provide metal to Oman Aluminium Processing Company, which makes the overhead cables, and that overhead cables goes to Oman Cables. So if you see the value chain and the number of companies would be established from one product, it's a huge, and that's the benefits and the advantage we are using as a leverage to continue having subsidized gas prices for the aluminum industry.
Anyone else?
Yes, Dr. Ibrahim, you said that, it's a sensitive thing. You're saying there's a lack of expatriates in this country, and Omanis are not trained to really do these kind of jobs. What is the way out?
I believe it's premature actually from our sector, especially to talk about it in details. But yes, I think the main gap is actually related, first of all, the way of the training and the preparation of the locals to join to have such type of such type of the industry. It is going to be a long journey, especially that the process that we are having for the manufacturing is very complicated. In addition to that, we don't have the expats, or we don't have actually the schools and institutes, or maybe the educational centers, which can provide us for the different type of the courses which we can prepare our locals to join such type of industry. And this is the plan that we are having right now. We are involving with our strategic partner from outside the country to provide such type of the training to the local. Of course, now after the pandemic, you can see that there is a huge increases happening in the terms of the logistic and the cost, and that is contributing actually to increase your operational cost. And going with a high, let's say, with a high level of urbanization in the first stages, that will be also adding cost. There will be an extra cost which is going to be over the operational cost, and that will be creating also some other cost increase, which will not be allowing you, as you are in the initial stages, to compete in the market. I believe there are a lot of factors which need actually to be studied by the different parties, including the government, to see the way out. The way that we can solve such type of the problem and enhancing the humanization different type of the industry. I know maybe in Sohar Aluminium they already started since 2008, as Umar is saying, is 72% of the humanization, but it's reaching right now for the 79, and it's not going up. In my previous company, when I was leading Oman OMPC, I started the humanization with a 99%, and now it's reaching with 100%, because the situation by that time was much different than what we are having right now. There were very easy access to the institutes, the centers, to some other expats, to have also different type of the joint venture agreement with them. But these days it's going to be very difficult to maintain or have such kind of things in place. But the government is supposed to be the leading in this regard, and they're supposed to gather all the parties, as I explained to Mr. John, to come out with a proper solution which will be serving the manufacturer as well as society. They don't have to look it out just because to serve the public, as Fadi said, but we have also to be sustained, so that we also can move along with the society.
I think we'll have to conclude. So in closing remarks, can you just tell us, just one recommendation, suggestion, which is essential to fast track the growth of the manufacturing sector? We can start from Naveen.
It would be a summary of many points that we spoke: digitization, benchmarking, looking at profit leaks, creating a long-term strategy rather than just very tactical short-term interventions, so that you can see that you can not just bring incremental improvement, but 2x, 5x, 10x sort of improvement over time. Those are some of the recommendations for manufacturing industry in Oman.
Thank you. Mr. Omar?
I think work on the challenges is one of the key components and recommendations, we could say. those challenges will really support and make the manufacturing sectors enhance and growing. And it's a different revenue outside the biochemical, the petrochemical industry. So I think it's an area of focus over the coming years, and it will support also the 2040 visions.
Thank you. Dr. Fadi?
Yeah, well, currently I believe it's two sections of this, my answer. We need right now to address the crisis that was happening, we all know. So these are really critical to be proactive, friendly with the private sector so can compete. If we don't able to help the private sector to compete, it's going to be a very difficult time for our money manufacturers. In the future, once we have stabilization of the market, yes, definitely, as we said, analytics, automation and digitalization process is very critical for a manufacturer to be able to compete in the future. If you don't do that, you're not able to compete from a business plan in the future. But right now, we have to address the issue that we have, and the governments need to really help the private sector to grow and to go above this crisis now. Okay?
Mr. Abdullah, any suggestions you want to offer?
I would like to thank you for this type of events. Really, we need also cooperation between all the private sector people also. This will help us to survive. Experience of other people also, it will help. And sometimes something you need, they will make easier for you to get, and maybe they have there in-house sometime. So cooperation between the private sector parts and cooperation between the private sector and the government. This is the way to get out of this problem.
Thank you. Dr. Ibrahim?
I think from our side, John, I really agree on what has been mentioned in this morning presentation about the troubleshooting stations, because that will be really serving in eliminating a lot of challenges and also raising the voices of the manufacturer to the authorities so that they can understand what is going on. And secondly, which is also my recommendation, and I can see it is very, very important, is to be a partner, the manufacturer representative, to be a partner with the execution team of Oman 2040 vision, because that will be also giving them a complete picture about how we are suffering from the manufacturer and how we can raise this industry so that they can contribute positively in the GDP of the country.
Well, I have 3 one-minute suggestions to enhance the portfolio of manufacturing for our Vision 2040. Number one is that we have a lot of small industries, manufacturers, and at times you find the big giants from overseas, they come and really hit the market, and it's become very difficult for them to survive. So I think there should be some mechanism by the government how to protect these manufacturers from the onslaught of foreign companies. So either to create some duties, barriers, or I don't know, whatever. There's a protective mechanism for the local manufacturers to grow. This is one. Number two is that if there could be some research center created by the government that, now in the geopolitical situation, things keep changing very rapidly. If that research center could tell Omani manufacturers which are the market where they should go now, at what price level, and how and what, and some kind of a guidance given to, on-the-go guidance if it's given to these manufacturers, maybe that would help them. And third, very important point, which I see that, as you know, that when your capabilities becomes, we feel so proud that this company, Mushroom, is 90% selling outside. It gives us a lot of relief and good feeling that that means we have the capability now. Mashallah, Karwa is the first lot is going to outside Oman, which gives us a lot of energy. So we have the capability in pockets how to streamline that, and I think I feel that government should literally materially incentivize exports. Why? Because when you are a local market, okay, it's easier competition because you are within your own, clan. But when you are going to a global market, you have got all kind of, competitors, facing you. So if the government give us some material incentive, which helps us to improve our pricing when we are going out, our competitiveness, it increases, then maybe we will be able to do more exports. When you export, you are boundaryless. There are no limits for exports. The sky is the limit.
Great ideas. Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your incisive insights. Can we have a huge round of applause for the panelists? Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. John, and thank you to the panelists for that engaging panel discussion. Before we break for lunch, I've got an important announcement reminding you of the workshop on digital and smart manufacturing. Attendees are requested to assemble in this room for the workshop after lunch. Or you can hang around and find out more information about what's going on. On behalf of OER, I would like to express our gratitude to everybody who has involved themselves today, and to our endorsing partners, Oman Chamber of Commerce. I feel like I should wait till they have their photo taken first. Great. Thank you, Mr. Photographer. And they look beautiful, don't they? Cool. So on behalf of OER, I would like to express our gratitude to our endorsing partners, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Madain and Miza Marketing for show and business development, Credit Oman, and Oman Manufacturers Association. A big thanks to our strategic partner, Raisut Cement, our associate partner, Khazain, Sohar Aluminium, Atyab Food Industries, Oman Cables Industries, Muscat Thread Mills, Al Jazeera Steel Products Company, Voltas Oman, Gulf Mushroom Products Company, Sibasik Oman, Skyline, Dhaqam Dhafar International Development and Investment Holding Company, and finally, Al Tamam Insil Ferrochrome. Our official commercial vehicles partner, Ford Trucks, thank you very much, from MHD ACERE, and our knowledge partner, SSA International. You guys were smart and absolute geniuses. Media partners, Al Shabiba and Times of Oman, our Arabic media partner, Alam Al-Iqtisad Magazine, and our online media partner, OERlive.com. A big thank you to each and all one of you. Last but not the least, we would like to thank our speakers, panelists, and moderators. We would like to thank everyone who turned up and participated in today's event. Thank you very much for being here until now. And we look forward to welcoming you all again at OER Manufacturing Summit 2023, which we request you to join us for lunch right now. Good afternoon. My mouth is done, and have an enjoyable day.